Начинаем постановку на первичный учет. Госномера и техпаспорт на изготовлении. Услуга доступна у официальных дилеров «Алюр» по всей территории Республики Казахстан.
Managed connectivity by IEC Telecom. Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments. Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management.
Уважаемые гости Digital Bridge, мы рады приветствовать вас на заключительном дне нашего мероприятия. Просим вас заранее перевести ваши мобильные телефоны в беззвучный режим или выключить их, чтобы не отвлекать участников и спикеров. Наша панельная сессия посвящена теме.
Our panel session is about gender bias and regulation in AI. I would like to pass the floor to our moderator, advisor to the Minister of AI and Digital Development, General CEO of Women in Tech, Asiem Bolajan. Good morning. Well, it's a achievement indeed that you are here on the Saturday morning. I would like to apologize for the organization. Unfortunately, we don't have too many people at this session, but still, I believe that we will be having a very interesting discussion and conversation for this session, also online.
A panel in 2 languages, English and Russian. So that's why if you need some headphones and simultaneous translation, you can use it. Our speakers are Elmira Yuldasheva, Managing Partner at Zang Hub Almaty. Elmira, please. Welcome to our stage. Janar Samayeva, CEO of National Payment Corporation. Alena Tkachenko, Vice President, Sergey Global. Our guest from Toronto, Titi Akinsanmi, Public Policy Thought Leader on Digital Economy, Global Digital Inclusion Partnership Supervisory Board Member of Tech Diplomacy Forum. Yeah, welcome. And Madina Dusmagambetova, Co-founder Soft Creation, Senior Member of Women in Tech Kazakhstan, and Head of Women in Innovation in AI. Hi, girls. So we have speakers in English, in Russian. So today we will discuss the very important topic, 2 highlights, gender biases, and the second one is about the AI regulation, because it is very important right now. Without regulation, we can't develop any other technologies, any other innovations. So that's why. My first question, I think we can start from you, Titi. According to the World Economic Forum, only 22% of AI professionals are women. And in your view, what system measures from education to corporate practices can realistically change this imbalance and reduce the risk of gender bias in algorithms? You can push, yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Assam. Good morning. It is still morning, right? I still have a bit of jet lag to everyone who's made it into the room today. To your question, what are some of the major areas of concern when it comes to gender biases? The very first one is what we tend to not want to talk about, and it's the fact that more often than not, it's not taken as a serious problem. It's not seen as a significant issue that needs to be addressed. Where it is brought to the table, more often than not, it is seen as a nice to have, not necessarily a critical part of being able to ensure either commercial or, even social success of any engagement in the technology sector. To give you some context to those who are listening either in the room or online, I have been working in the area of technology policy for the last 25 years. And of those 24 to 25 years, whether it's technology as we knew it historically, information and communications technologies, or new technologies like we now call them generative AI, or emerging technologies that we don't typically have nomenclature for yet, it's this, that we tend to design in ways that replicates the world of the innovator. If I break that down, it means typically, and we all know this, if it's gentlemen who are typically in the room of a particular race and ethnicity, they tend to represent what they're designing in ways that reflect that. The onus lies on us to ensure that, and a few things I will repeat today, that we have things like data audits that informs development. When I say data audits, it just doesn't mean, make sure there's a collection of information that adequately represents the entirety of the sector, but actually that they are also fit for purpose. So we really need to be able to have those kinds of rigorous audits in place overall. I can share more as the panel goes along.
Okay, thank you so much. Alena, может быть, продолжишь?
Alena, probably you can continue.
I apologize for my voice today. I hope my thoughts will be louder than my voice is. So on my side, when I hear AI, I do wonder what it means specifically, and without going into too many details of what AI can mean. In my opinion, I tend to split it into 3 blocks. One is related to data, another one is to algorithms, and another one is to the applications. So from the application layer, I believe AI is way more democratizing. So I believe that since it's simpler, more natural, more fluid to create things with AI, I think naturally we'll have more women going into AI. So I would say compare it to like hardcore coding where we have certain perceptions, AI is more fluid. At the same time, I do tend to believe that improving like on the data side and on algorithm side is very important. And this is where I believe having role models matters and having exposure early on also matters a lot. And what I mean specifically, if you look into data, like which data is collected, how we collect data, how we get data for all these models, this is where I think Fei Li is doing a great job in terms of like what she does with her startup right now, and it's a huge startup at the moment, is she's collecting three-dimensional data. So she's saying, if we can understand how the world operates, how everything else operates, it's great. If we look at the LLMs, this is where I think Mira Murati, who is probably more well-known and more kind of in media these days, she's doing a great job. And this is where I think if we bring these role models to the girls and to the young ladies, we can get more and more people, more and more women going into AI.
Okay, thank you, Alena. Maybe Janar, yes. We will speak by blocks in English and in Russian because we need to respect our speakers.
Okay, I will continue to speak in English. I'm just like Alena, a little bit my voice is sick today. But answering your question, first of all, like taking into account that fact that women in AI is much less than men in AI, it's not just diversity issue. I think it's a huge risk for the technology itself. Why? Because the technology, the AI algorithms, they are not diverse. They are not ethical AI. Because like when we design the product, like the main issue that I would like to say is that AI, it's not neutral. AI is actually, it represents the data and it represents the assumptions of creators. And that is why we have to diverse the creators. Because like diverse teams, they see and identify the risks of the product, of the algorithm much faster, and they identify the risks, let's say so. So basically, it's a risk for the technology, what I would like to mention. And the second of all, like taking into account, like I would add what Alena just said about the role modeling, because the thing is, we tend to think that girls, like for example, the IT is not for the girls, and it comes from the education, right? But we don't have to, we have to take action for the whole pipeline, starting from education, continuing with the corporate part of the woman life, right? And when we talk about education and corporate, the government, they should stand and support both educational part and corporate part. Like for example, for the educational, yeah, we all know like we have to promote those grants and so on. Like girls, they don't usually think that STEM is for the woman, right? But adding what Alena just said about the role models, why not starting from the schools? Like, for example, for the whole 11 years of my study life, like, for example, the history, I had a teacher, the history teacher that was a woman, and unconsciously I thought that this is not a man industry, let's say so. But when we talk about physics, for example, it's a STEM, right? And starting from the 5th grade to the 11th, I only had male, female. So unconsciously, we think that it's not for women, it's not for girls, and we don't choose the next step for the university, for example. So basically, if those little role models we would embed into our educational life would be nice. And yeah, I think that's what I wanted to
Thank
say.
you so much, Janara. I think that here on the panel we have a big amount of the role models, and that's why thank you so much, because you have a very big social responsibility to be the role model, because it is very important in our region as well. So, and recently we've discussed yesterday this topic with Dorin Bogdan Martin about and we've noticed that in Kazakhstan, we have a lot of CEOs in financial sector. I think maybe more than even Janara, and we have a head of our regulators and a lot of banks, they're CEOs. Historically, because of, I don't know, we suppose that maybe because of the big amount of accounting at the universities. And we have not so many girls in telecom and electricity, energy industry. So that's why I think, yes, in these industries we need to pay attention to be involved more and more girls. So, but we will switch in Russian. Я бы хотела просто еще...
Well, I will switch to Russian just to add a little bit of the context overall why we are touching upon the gender biases topic. Because this topic has been already touched upon a little bit, because all the biases and all the assumptions which were offline are now also online. Western countries are always saying, Alexei, Siri, all these assistants, why are all of them girls? Well, it's another stereotype. And basically, even if you ask a question to AI assistant, for example, give me an ideal CEO that will be always male person. If it's about servicing careers, this will be generally female person. So basically, that's offline realities going online. Overall, this problem can be addressed if we involve more women in AI industry. So if there are more women, they can also be having an impact to make this information more balanced in building LLMs as well. Madina, you can continue this thought. Thank you. Good morning, dear participants. I would agree with my colleagues who already shared their thoughts today. This figure of 22% of women working in AI in Kazakhstan, it's even less. In Kazakhstan, it's probably only 2%. That's my assumption. I do not know the real statistics, but definitely not more than 5. And even the woman who is working with LLM model, teaching it, mostly those are men. And here, it's not only just if we don't have enough women. We are at the situation of almost non-existent women participation in AI sector. We should be collaborating as development institutions together. Yes, role models. Number 2, it's of course education. In particular, in our women in tech community, we actually have specialized online courses for women to teach them about AI tools. It's not a deep dive course, how to teach a model and so on, but still women should know about all the capabilities provided by AI, how it can be used, how to increase your efficiency and performance using AI. That's how we popularize the services among our members and among our women. Well, we teach both men and women, but mostly women come to us because we are targeting women as our key audience. In corporations, in banks, it does not depend. It does not really matter which sector it is. If it's about AI competence, implementing AI in the company, they should involve diverse teams, that teams should be inclusive, or otherwise algorithms and data will be dominated by male presence. But if the women are not there yet, well, probably it's quite a challenge to find women to become members of such teams. We should be creating special programs to teach women. In Singapore, for example, and in Europe, there are special centers. In Singapore, for example, under the government authorities, there is a committee dealing with the scholarships and grants, investing into startups, women-run startups with AI. In Europe, there are also similar committees. This is a special body which is working with women founders. And that's very interesting. We believe that in our country, it's also possible to have a quasi-public sector or state-owned enterprise to work exclusively with promoting women. We need diverse data in order to teach our model. And this is diversity of data is also quality of data. If data is qualitative, then the model is high quality as well. Thank you very much, Medina. Elmira, if you have anything to add. Good morning to all colleagues. I will agree definitely with all colleagues. We are all women here at this panel session. We understand each other completely, and that's without any, imbalances. It is also about being a balance of interests of all groups, both men and women, but now women are a little bit less than we would love to see. But this is just a beginning. We are moving. We are developing dynamically. It's also about education and so on and so forth. But that is actually great to see proper regulation. All of this are new products, and we are always in some kind of a reality of law and legal regulation. It's also about regulating all these great mechanisms, and this is about the legal basis. In Kazakhstan, it's moving quite well. Last year, we had the concept with the standards. In educational sectors, there was a separate concept. And today, we have a draft law on AI. We have a profile ministry, line ministry. We have Alem AI center, just few miles from here. So it's about understanding what kind of a product we can offer today, what products are already available. Well, about ethical things, because everything that has been mentioned just now, in any case, AI products are for people, for community, for the state, for corporations. Therefore, inside, with all the technology, with all the innovative nature of these products, in any case, we need to understand that it should be through the lens of our interest. In any case, it is about incorporating standards into all products, and with the use of these products to ensure that inclusiveness is there. And for this data at the very beginning, when we feed our product, when we create our product, to ensure a high level of diversity. And going back to the cyclic nature of it, how are we going to ensure that? Of course, we need diversity among developers. This is a cyclic nature, and that's how to make the picture complete. Thank you very much, Elmira. Well, overall, it's great that we are moving towards the ethical standards. That's another very important topic. At all the panels, all the time, we refer to the...
And my next question to you, it's about the ethical standards. Many countries are now discussing the creation of ethical standards for AI, and in your opinion, what concrete regulatory mechanisms, mandatory bias audits could already be implemented in maybe in Kazakhstan, in Central Asia, in other regions to solve this problem? So, thanks.
Thank you, Asem. When I get asked the question, what regulatory standards should be put in place, the first question I put back to whether it's government or institutions, that advice is, what is your current state when it comes to technology? It's very easy to, give you a rotate of answers, ensure that there is integration within education, so there's fair and equitable access to technology, so that we have the right pipeline of people actually being able to step into the opportunities that are in place. It's easy to be able to say that we need to be able to ensure that women can come back into the workforce, responding to the first question, having the right systems in place, etc. But when it comes to the tactical, nitty-gritty deliverables of ensuring that the policies that are being put in place is locally relevant, you need to understand, first and foremost, do an audit of the state of adoption that you have. Not just be in a hurry to be able to put policies or regulations in place around ensuring that biometrics are not being used in non-privacy respecting ways. That's one answer. But in reality, how do you make that happen when you know that, maybe education is 5%? That's generally more so when education around the technology sector is even lower. But at a high level, if I were to mention three specific ones, I mentioned the first one while responding to the question on how do we ensure that there are more women in the workplace, is one, that we need to make sure we're building in a data governance and quality standards in place. Yesterday in my keynote, I mentioned something. There's nothing new under the sun. If you look at the financial sector, which has had some of the most rigorous regulations in place overall, there are standards that are already in place when it comes to governance. How can we take the learnings from there and apply in the world of AI? Two, we should be looking at ensuring that in as much as we are harnessing technologies, and I keep going back to biometrics, in as much as we are harnessing the potential that comes with biometrics to be able to counter, at the very least, financial irregularities, that we're putting the right sets of limitations or moratoriums on how those pieces of data are being used. We need to ensure that we have policies and regulations in place that speaks to how company A can either make use of your data, and when they are done, what they do with it. Do they sell it off, or do they actually completely remove it from the system? That's the second thing that comes to mind. And in the third place, I think this is non-negotiable consistently, is education. And listening to this brilliant set of women who have the opportunity and the privilege to be sitting here, we've mentioned it over and over. A lot of people, when I sit here, assume that my first degree is in technology. Actually, no. My first degree is in English. My second degree is in law. My third one is in public policy and development. I have 3 years of degrees, evening degrees, in computer science, something I acquired much later. What does that say for me? If I didn't get the opportunity through the laws in place that ensure that I had exposure to STEM, there is no way I could have been doing what I've done for the last 24 to 25 years. So iterating that whatever we're putting in place needs to have literacy, education at the core of it. STEM, because it's obvious. Another way I could respond to that in summary is being here. This is my first time in Kazakhstan. I got a bunch of students, when I finished my keynote yesterday, walked up to me and they asked me a question, said, in speaking to students, I didn't know they were doing a live. They happened to be doing a live on Instagram. They said, what would I say that students should be studying in this day and age? My response to them was, study whatever it is you like, whatever it is you're good at, but make sure you're studying it with the inclusion of technology, not at the exclusion of technology. Meaning STEM, yes, but STEAM is even more important. Technology is an enabler. It's a tool that we need to be able to put in place. So I can't overemphasize that whatever the wider policy or the strategy that we put in place, whatever our regulatory approach is, we need to have education in place. Skilling and reskilling and reskilling. I've had to reskill in the last 3 years. And that's something I think that just never goes away overall.
Yeah, I
Thank
think
you.
it is a very, very good life hack to have a skills for reskills. Alona, maybe you can add something about the ethical standards. Because you work a lot with data in Sergek, because yes, it is long discussions about if it is personal information or not. Could you make this job or not? But in fact, you have a lot of data, and maybe you can add something about the ethical standards.
Yep. Actually, working in this public safety and mobility area, indeed, we do see how AI, how having a lot of data already guides our decisions. And looking at this, I understand that whatever biases we have, we tend to migrate them. For example, I'll give an example in my industry, and then I'll try to apply it for the gender biases we might be carrying over. If you're talking about road congestion, what is the typical thing that you see? You will look at the data, then you'll see the road is congested, there are a lot of vehicles. Then what comes up to a lot of people, not only Kazakhstan, but also in Indonesia, in Philippines, in Africa, we've seen the same thing over and over again. You will say, okay, in New York as well, let's charge everyone who comes into the city center, because they're using a road a lot, and they should be paying if they're coming through the peak hour. Let's do the congestion charging. That's a popular measure. But if you actually look at data, and if you use your common sense, and common sense is not so common. We tend to believe common sense is very common. It's not. It's a luxury. It's a privilege that some of us have. I hope everyone here has. So if we look at the data, what we'll discover that majority of the trips in the city center during the peak hours is not done by normal cars. It's done by delivery cars. Why? Because we have a growing e-commerce, and there are a lot of delivery vehicles moving around the city. And then you can make a different decision based on this info. So you don't need to say, hey guys, those of you who are coming from point A to point B, park your car, stay the whole day in the parking, don't do anything, then go back home. Maybe you don't need to be charged. Maybe what we need to look at is delivery vehicles, heavy vehicles who are using the central roads and create congestion. So in the same manner, if we're talking about gender biases, if we need to look at the actual data. And just this morning, I actually called a friend of mine, and he's working in fintech. So I asked him, hey, I know that you have a lot of women who are using your services, and you do pre-scoring and post-scoring of these people. Are you actually looking of how women behavior, women results are different from men results after? And then he told me, oh, actually no. But what I think is, even though if we might have no information about these women in the beginning, so we can maybe do worse scoring, maybe do better scoring, at the end we know how they perform, how they sell things, how they pay, how good of a customer they are for us. So we can apply these models and improve our biases. So from this side, I'm optimistic. I think for commercial entities, they will learn. So if they know that women are performing good, it's beneficial for the business to have them, they will go this way. Like, people tend to go where the money goes, overall, in general. At the same time, when I talk about the government, I think this is where we need to pay a lot of attention, because it's not money-driven, it's like policy-driven, politics-driven, and this is where we need to analyze the actual data and derive insights from it.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
Basically, yes, everything maybe about this, something like data standards, as Titi mentioned, yes, before, but okay, we switch on the next question. I think it will for Janara to you as a professional in biometry, because we have such kind of figures. A study by MIT showed that AI facial recognition accuracy for women with darker skin tones, for Mongolian skin, is up to 34% lower. How should regulatory policy be designed to ensure such as discriminatory outcomes or eliminated at the testing and deployment stage?
Well, it's sad news, actually. To be honest, while back in 2020, when we started to introduce the biometric identification into Kazakhstan, when me and my team, we started to create that product digital ID, which you see every day in eGov. So basically, what we faced is that the regulation is not enough to navigate companies to design the product, to create the product, and so on. So basically, answering your question, I think the regulation is is the only thing that can actually solve this kind of problem, the gender bias problem or ethnicity bias problem, and etc. This could be done by so many, not but so many. We have to look at each stage of the product development. For example, when you design the product, of course, as I said before, the design team should be diverse, right? When we test the product, when we go on market, when we go live, we have to test the product. But the thing is, the problem that we faced is that we don't have the methodology, we don't have the regulation. Basically, methodology, of course, we have because it's a worldwide technology and etc. But the thing is, the government says that it's your responsibility how you design that product, and if, for example, biometric doesn't work and etc., it's your problem. But as a government, they don't set the standard at all that it should be X percentage of the false positive rate and etc. This is the first problem, but the thing is, we can first of all create some standards, but the second of all, we can deep dive, we can make the gender bias testing or divide the testing by subgroups, for example. If we, when we test the male, for example, the male subgroups and the female subgroups, and each subgroup, the result should be not more false positive of this group than another group, something like that. So yeah, it's about testing. Also, as I said, that it's a responsibility of the company itself who designed the product. But the thing is, we have to have some third party who will check those and verify those results, right? So basically, this is something that we also don't have in our country up till now. We don't have the auditors who will audit not only the gender bias or ethnicity bias. We don't have anything, but this is something we have to pay attention to as a government, second of all. And I would also say that transparency is something that we need. Again, it is very close to methodology that I say, because when I am identified, first of all, we have to understand that biometric identification is a high-risk AI system. And first of all, we have to classify which AI system is high-risk system and which is not high-risk system, right? Biometric identification, for now, is linked to so many services. You're getting online financial services, you're getting online state services and everything, and it's all due to the biometric identification, the state biometric identification. That is why, it's a high risk, and we have to test, and etc. So yeah, the transparency. You have to open your methodology. Me as a customer, I would like to know at what point I am not be able to be identified.
Have access to
yes, etc. So basically, yeah. Also, the last thing I would like to point out is the responsibility. Basically, who is responsible for the result if I will not get my services online, for example? Who is responsible? Is it the biometric identification vendor, or is it the company who is providing the services itself? So, like to sum up, answering your question, I think what will improve in like biometric identification is the only regulation, is the regulation of the process for the whole life cycle of the design of the.
Yeah, thank you. But basically, it's about the diverse data, I think, because when I used to work in the credit bureau, we built the score models, and if we will have no diverse data sets for the scoring models, we put only all of our Kaspi Bank clients. So that's why we need to be more diverse, and we made these data sets with all these banks to have more diverse score models. So it is the true, and the same thing we need to have in AI, I think in all branches. Please, Titi, about the biometric, maybe you can add something about the algorithms, because biometric algorithms, AI algorithms are the same, but basically, yes, basically the principle can be the same.
Yes, the principles can be the same, and regulation, to the earlier speaker's point, is the barest minimum. It's the mechanisms that are important, and I have 4 that I am literally going to read out very specifically because I'm very action-oriented. I want us to be able to step away from here, and where there are gaps, we can paint it in. So, to emphasize your point, accountability and transparency, those are key tenets that we need when we want to talk about algorithm being responsible overall when it comes to biometrics. So we've mentioned this, I've mentioned it a couple of times, a few people have mentioned it, is mandatory bias audits, starting with the public sector AI. So it's actually not the private sector that has as much biometric information, it's actually the public sector who is actually ensuring that the behavior is amenable. So mandatory bias audits for public sector, AI in general, we're looking at in terms of procurement systems, whatever's been developed by government, high ethical baselines being put in place. 2, is it's important that we actually have AI impact assessments. So yes, write the regulation, but the mechanism that you need to have in place is impact assessments of this AI. Especially around the high-risk systems, whether they are IDs in the financial sector or otherwise. There are 2 subsets to that, like socioeconomic and human rights impact. I don't think we have enough time to be able to dig into it, but those are 2 key aspects that need to show up. And then the third, and I believe that's something that you also referenced, is the right to explanation. I'm using very day-to-day words very deliberately. If you were in my keynote yesterday, I said digital agency, meaning anybody who's sitting there should be able to connect the dots with whatever policies and regulations are being put in place. We need to ensure that there's a right to explanation and human oversight that's actually being written in, right? Meaning we need to legislate it, that when an individual is subject to a high-stakes decision that's been made by an AI, whether it's around loan denial, employment, denial of access, or what looks like unfair access being given, that it should be paired with a mechanism for human reviews. And this buttresses the point around AI is not going to take all our jobs. We as humans are just going to really evolve in a way that we can leverage AI. And then finally, and I don't know if this really exists, I did try to do my research, I didn't see it in Kazakhstan or across Eurasia generally, but part of how we, and I say we very deliberately because the more time I've spent here, the more that I see, I was saying to one of the panelists earlier, the more that I see that there are more similarities across the various subcontinents and continents that I work in, is that there needs to be a National AI Ethics Council with a mandated, and I'm very deliberate about this word, even though it might not sound as sexy in North America anymore, mandated gender balance, meaning inclusion is at the forefront. But you do need an AI ethics council that is not just reflective of government, but actually reflective of the reality of the sector to ensure that at any point in time, both the regulation being put in place, its enforcement, and its continuous improvement is happening in a way that reflects equitable access. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, sir. But as a result of this panel, I think I'm sure, we are preparing with Laura one declaration and one document that we are planning to send to our government, because we don't want to be only on the stage and speak about it, because it is only blah blah, and we pass this blah blah time, and we are planning to put all these thoughts in one document and to send to our government, to AI Council, to our ministry, to administration of our president, because we need to raise this topic about the data standards, to put all your thoughts, I think, with all these key points, because we had a panel before and we have a lot of some useful thoughts. So we continue, and a little bit about regulation. We switch on Russian. Yes. Последний вопрос.
The last but not least, in terms of the regulations, let's start with Madina and Elmira. Madina, what do you think in terms of the AI regulation? What are the moments to include first and foremost, especially for the gender agenda? We discussed that at length, but I believe it should be reiterated and highlighted again at the points in Russian language. Yes, thank you very much for your question. Actually, probably it will be crossing at some points with the previous topic. There is such a study that 67% of women believe that without regulation, gender balance with AI in AI era will even get worse. Why? Because we are diverse, we are different. Our thoughts and our perception of different gender issues is different. And when it is about AI, yes, it is a big intelligence, in brackets, which collects all this data. And probably it will be gathering all of that, strengthening all of that, putting that one on top of the other with all these biases. And when a less prepared person or not really aware person asks AI to assist, will probably give all of these biases wrapped up in one big ball. And probably AI might be even worsening this balance. Therefore, without regulation, we won't be able to achieve any progress, especially in Kazakhstan. Because we understand that we need to regulate, we need rules, we also need government agencies to actually track that these rules and regulations are followed, and also bias tests. There should be such a terminology as bias test. As soon as LLM model is being produced by a government authority or a private company, especially if it's about the population, this model has to go through the bias test. And it would be great if this bias test is conducted by an independent company and experts. It would be great to have such an institute of such auditors and auditing companies to be able to run such bias tests. Number two, I believe that for the companies in particular who are working with the public at large, as Janar and our banks like Kaspi Bank and other banks, they should have such a responsibility to publish data sets and actually to open all this information. And it would be then actually clear to understand why it is working worse with the women of color, because 75% of the data used by the model for biometric identification is based on the white males. Well, AI is our mirror. We look at it and we see ourselves. If we don't like this reflection, where should we start? We should start with ourselves. Thank you very much. Elmira will probably continue sharing more details of AI. What are the frameworks? Where are we going? I'm looking at the audience and I try to remember just a couple of people I was sharing that my plan is to participate in such a session. Well, once again, let me thank you for invitation. As girls are rightly mentioning, it should be about regional differences, right? Almost all these people who I was sharing about this session were smiling, saying like, is it a topic at all? Gender AI? This is a stick of a double end. First of all, we need to say that, and we need to fix that, and we need to actually write that down, saying that this is a topic which should not be, as TT mentioned at the very beginning, nice to have. It should be our standard. It should be, and it should be some standards, some rules, and because we will be actually at the point when we come to the standards. But initially it is about setting the stage. Actually now we see that the standards are being developed now. Even if we look at the draft law, it's already not that bad. More or less the draft is here. It's about justice, non-discrimination, equality. It is already there. But sometimes these words, they are like a declaration sometimes, but it's not really true. This is a basis, this is a foundation we are building for the regulation to actually then run different tests. What should we test that against? It should be based on the standards. If it's about equality, inclusiveness, when we will be running this test, we will look whether these parameters are there, whether we are meeting and complying with them. And this standard should be there. Not sure if probably some people are already aware. Member state of UNESCO accepted great document, global recommendation on ethical aspects in AI, and that is actually the foundation for some values, for some standards, and these things are being translated now in the legislation of the countries which are progressing in AI, and I believe Kazakhstan is among such countries, at least in the region, and I will probably not be mistaken if I say that we are leaders in the region. At least we are developing these concepts, and as colleagues mentioned, if it's about biometric ID, in practice we came across situations that there are no concepts, but it should be developed in a form, and that requires regulation. Now it is already almost ready, and hopefully as soon as we will have the standards implemented, and the risk-oriented approach should be in the product, because we also need to understand peculiarities and features of AI. It's creative product, and it's not about over-regulating it, because it might slow down the progress. Therefore, it requires a balanced approach. We need tests and some high-risk products where a lot of biometrics is involved, or a lot of sensitive data, for example, medical records and aspects like that should be actually especially focused on, for example, low, medium, and high-risk products. And high-risk products, they will be included into register with stronger monitoring. Our draft law also assumes such approach, which translates a concept of EU. And it says that probably will not be allowing 100% automated products without human control. That is the idea, that they will not be allowed, because in any case, going back to the whole idea, AI is needed to help us improve our lives, improve businesses, improve progress and performance, but still there should be human control. We should be at the controlling and monitoring side. At the end of the day, this is a product which is impacting and affecting us. Therefore, just to summarize, probably I will be very patriotic here, but I'm glad that in our country, first of all, for example, this whole forum dedicated to AI, and we are at this session, among other topics, are discussing such things as ethical standards, inclusiveness, equality, and that we should we should be looking at each other and understanding that we should be considering interests of all groups to ensure that it's a common and a shared approach. And with this law, if we finalize it, it will be already a good step ahead. And last but not least, actually, some of the regulatory parts are already here. We already understand that AI is a creative product. It is intellectual property. It's already regulated, but it has some particularities and these nuances which should be brought together and should be unified and to link it to the standards. What we are referring to now, at the end, to have the tests, parameters, to have metrics, whether it's an okay product or not okay, just to summarize quickly. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is up. Just very quickly to give the floor to our guest, Titi.
You can add something about the regulation framework, because Elmira told that we have grateful legislation about AI. We have this framework about the transparency, responsibility, about all these points. Maybe you can add something more, because we've discussed about the some rules. So, because I think as a tech-optimistic country, we are quite advanced in our regulation as well. So, because we need to have this regulation before the technologies, but it is impossible. Technology and then legislation, then some rules. And maybe from your practice, what kind of documents do we need to have right now as a tech-optimistic country with this AI generative nation strategy?
Thank you, SM, and I don't take it for granted that I have an opportunity to, as we say it where I come from, put my mouth in your business. It's a couple of things. One, we should continue to allow and give room for innovation, to your point, around biometrics, and this is just an example. We should continue to give room for innovation that's right at the frontier, at the very forefront of breaking the existing rules. But that needs to happen within a concept of what we call sandbox. Again, those are key regulatory terms. Create the room and the environment that will continue to encourage great, innovative, rule-breaking minds. And we can harness those technologies, so that's one. Two, what else do we need to have in place? You cannot, I will emphasize this over and over, underestimate or overestimate the power of ensuring that gender-specific biases do not replicate themselves in emerging technologies. And how do you do that? Ensure literacy continues, skilling, pre-skilling, continuous skilling. Nobody knows everything under the sun. And then three, and this might seem contradictory to what I said the first time, is a knowledge implemented within that is nothing, absolutely nothing new under the sun or above it, but we have an opportunity to discover it, which then means that we already have the tools in place. We have the mechanisms in place. We just need to be able to apply them to the new world. And in conclusion, I'll use this as an example to something that you said when it comes to facial recognition and the numbers it shows in terms of recognizing what you call people of color. This has been an issue even before AI showed up. How many of you, when you use the washroom, have a motion sensor, air dryer, or tap in place? So as a person of a deeper tone, and I say that very deliberately, not a person of color, a person of deeper tone, because that connects us more than, oh, we're two separate colors. When I go to the washroom, pre-AI, pre-facial recognition, and I meet one of those things, do you know what happens to me? If I happen to put my hands like this in front of the tap or the air dryer, it never responds to me. But if I do this, immediately it responds to me. That tells you there's already an underlying bias that has been built into this technology. The second example I will give in connection to that is when we take pictures. When I take pictures as a person of a deeper tone with other people of a lighter tone, I tend to show up differently. It was not an issue of the lighting not being right, but because the technology that had been developed and innovated upon by Kodak and others had not actually factored in a wide range of tones. So Android actually got this right. There's a scientist, you should go check it out. They do something within, if you have an Android phone like I do, nothing against anybody else, there's something called true tone. When you pick true tone, it shows you exactly as you need to be represented. So that's something else that needs to be written and the mechanisms put in place. How we're ensuring that the true tone of the societies and the environments that we're in is being reflected in these technologies overall. But above all, we shouldn't limit ourselves. We should connect the dots. We have an opportunity to leapfrog, and the seeming changes in the global world right now gives countries of a, what we call it, a smaller economy. I don't think it's a small economy here at all. An opportunity to completely leapfrog everything else that's happening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Janar, if you can add, yes, only 1 minute, please.
Just one sentence. Я на русском скажу. Мы
And we shared a lot of ideas here, and we, I believe, agree that regulation has a very important aspect in this whole industry. But there is such an aspect which we actually missed or forgot. There are people who establish the standards, who draft this regulation, and we should also focus that these teams are also diverse. When they establish the standards, when they write regulations and processes, they should be looking at 360 degrees. It's not only about AI developers, but also rule-setting teams should be very diverse as well. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, this is very important. And just to conclude with, today we discussed gender biases. And gender biases, those are the biases as all the other biases. And we should be looking at more balanced sets. We should be looking for the developer teams to have more women, or for these teams to be more this is diverse in English. It doesn't have a good Russian term for the diverse. It's not only, as Janar mentioned, not only developers teams, but also standard setting teams. Rule setting teams should be also diverse. As Women in Tech, we will develop recommendations and we will share them as recommendations. I believe Elmira will be assisting us with that. At this panel, we are actually having such a diverse team with legal experts, with women in technology. There are special legal experts working working on the topic of ethics in AI, using Astana Hub and using our experts. I believe we will be able to develop a set of recommendations, and these topics will probably be discussed at length and more widely, but we will try to make a practical tool out of it. This is the momentum. Thank you very much to all our distinguished speakers for your time today, this Saturday. Thank you for joining us. Well, basically, all our speakers are from Almaty and from Toronto, and not Astana natives, but just to show this topic. Let's take a group photo and then we will have next session.
Мазмунда олар үшін алғысымызды білдіреміз. Осымен біздің панельдік сессиямыз аяқталады. Ендігі кезекте
This is the end of our session, and now we'll have a short break. Dear guests, this is the end of our first panel session for today. We would like to thank all the speakers for a very interesting discussion. Now we'll have a short break.
Usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 24/7 support. We'll got you covered via multiple channels. For regular inquiries, please submit your requests via the ticketing system or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
Kazakhstan has so many incredibly beautiful places to spend your holidays. To find them before, you had to search the internet or ask friends. Now there's a new section in Kaspi Travel, Kazakhstan, where you can choose a place for your vacation at great prices. Choose your holiday destination in Kazakhstan with the Kaspi KZ Super App. Kaspi KZ, made in Kazakhstan.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different EEM zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Құрметті қонақтар, сіздерден қатысушылар мен спикерлердің назарын бөлмес үшін ұялы телефондарыңызды алдын ала дыбыссыз режимге ауыстыруды немесе сөндіруді өтінеміз. Құрметті қонақтар, келесі панельдік сессиямыз.
Dear guests, the next topic of our session is corporate culture. Why is it needed now? The moderator of this session will be Ksenia Taropova. Good morning. I'm very pleased to see you all here on a Saturday morning. Although this is the third and final day of the Digital Bridge event, I'm very pleased to see so many guests in the audience. Our topic today is quite unusual, although The entire forum is devoted to AI. Now we're going to talk about the corporate culture, how it influences businesses. I know in this forum there are a lot of startup representatives, including people on the panel here today. We'll discuss how people can bring in and retain the skills and talents, how companies can become competitive employers, and how they can create competitive products in Kazakhstan and global markets. I would like to introduce our today's speakers. Our speakers today, our panelists, are amazing people representing various niches and fields. First panelist is Baybet. He's a co-founder and CEO of company Atlanti, right? Atlanti company. This company works with AI-based automation. The company helps businesses get better. Renata Nureeva, she's a co-owner and the CEO of Pro Hunters Kazakhstan company. With Renata, we will talk about AI, about businesses, what our candidates pay attention to in choosing their employer in Kazakhstan. Raslan, he is a co-founder and CEO of the company Robolabs that works in the field of AI automation. The company helps businesses get better. The company helps people work on more interesting tasks so that the routine work to be done by robots. Alibek, congratulations to you on your new job, on your position. Just a couple of days before today's session, you became not only a managing director, but also the managing director on IT development. You are also my colleague, HR specialist, and of course our guest Jerome Baye. It's nice to meet you. He's a managing director on the cluster of Western and Central Asian sector in Alstom company. The company represents a completely different niche. We see that Alibek represents Kazakhmys company. It's a huge holding with its own corporate culture. Jerome's company is working in the railroad sector. The company is the main supplier and manufacturer. You help connect the regions of Kazakhstan to one another. My first general question to all will be not for panelists, but for the audience on the floor. Please raise your hand if you believe that the corporate culture in your company helps your company to attract and retain strong skills and people. Please raise your hand if you agree with this statement. Okay, well, quite a lot of raised hands. I'm pleased to see this quality of the audience. My first question is to Bibit. A startup company may not always attract the best skills and talents using salaries or perspectives or dividends. How do you attract people? What do you make at the point of interview to attract the skills? Thank you, Ksenia, for this invitation. When I heard about the topic of today's panel session, when I heard that we're going to discuss the corporate culture, it's amazing. I was very pleased. We IT people look at us. They may think that we are strange people doing our own thing. But for us, corporate culture is of paramount importance. What keeps IT people in the companies? What keeps them from going away, from leaving the companies? Before starting my own company, for a lot of time, I gained my own experience. I worked for 7 years in TCO. I worked for Amazon in leading positions and in Meta as well. But then I decided to come back to Kazakhstan and develop my own business here. One of the reasons why I decided to have a stop in Meta. After Amazon, I saw how Amazon works inside. It has amazing culture. I didn't want to leave. I also saw the corporate culture in Meta. And now I'm trying to implement those principles that I saw and learned in my own company. I think the main factor that keeps and retains our specialists in our team, it's the possibility to continuously learn. They know that we work using international standards. When I prepared for today's panel session, I used AI tools, and I see that in many interviews, you say that in order to retain people in your company, you develop a roadmap for each employee, and it's one of the ways to retain those specialists. Could you please share what is a roadmap in a startup context? How do you apply it? Each person, when coming to the team, should have understanding which way he's moving, what he's gonna do, how he or she will develop. Every person coming to the team, when he or she comes, I share that we have short-term plans, mid-term plans, and I do not believe into long-term plans, honestly. So, but we know what we plan to do within a year time frame, where we want to be in a year. For IT people, this might be about some technologies, technological stacks. Somebody wants to be a data scientist, somebody wants to work at the front end. For me, it's important to understand the customer. Depending on the area of expertise, will lead the employees in projects that are interesting to them. And this roadmap provides a great boost. If you ask any employee in my team, the people will say that their eyes are shining bright. They say they learned 5 times more than in any other company. So in this slide, you can see the context. These are the principles of leadership in Amazon. They are not just written somewhere in a policy paper and forgotten by all. No, these principles are used in hiring people, and every decision is made on the basis of these principles, and every person believes in these principles. I strongly recommend that if you want to learn one useful thing from this session, if you want as a takeaway message, please read these principles and try to apply them in your company. Summarizing, wrapping up your answer, now you understand that one of the advantages of the corporate culture in your company is the people's ability to develop inside. They are not in the vacuum. They understand what they will do in the next year and after 1 year. That's why they choose you. Absolutely. One of an advantage of me developing the roadmap and me talking to employees is that they see that I took this path. I was a mentor for many. I demonstrated that this approach works. I am a person who took this path personally. I'm a technical specialist. I'm not just a manager. And I tell the people, you have the roadmap, there is a plan, projects. Just follow the roadmap. In a year, you will be where you plan to be, or even further ahead. Renata, if we talk about the opinion of an outsider, a person from outside of the company, now inviting people to large companies, I know that you work with different types of businesses, with different position levels, and you do not only work with IT people. What candidates pay attention to in choosing a job for themselves? I always say that whatever you have, but if you don't provide financial motivation, no matter how good your corporate culture is, but if a person is not able to pay for his kids' preschool or kindergarten, no matter how many candies or cookies you give to that person, like it was fashionable, trendy several years ago that a company offers free tea and cookies, but the corporate culture goes far beyond that. So, besides financial motivation, what top candidates pay attention to in choosing their employer? I hope you can hear me. I liked Babette's words his path, the path of a person. When we look for candidates, candidates pay attention to where they will go, what is the culture in the company. What Babbitt said, that he shows his own example, he provides the growth within the company. It's super important. I can talk about the content. This is a slide showing a survey of rating of employers in Kazakhstan. We find people for various positions. We also have some studies. Now, last year we launched a rating of employers in Kazakhstan. This is the survey of all people. Any person working in Kazakhstan can fill out the survey form. We use the data to understand what is important for people based on the survey. The survey time is 4 to 5 minutes. This year we continue this survey. What were the insights from last year's survey? What do people want most? Interestingly enough, everyone wants to work in IT, in AI-related fields. Last year, when we conducted the survey, 70% of people not working in IT, they work in manufacturing, in FMCG, in any other field, they choose that they would like to work in IT-related companies, in AI-related companies. What does it mean? It means that now any person is looking for a company with innovations, which are innovative. That's number one. Second, the second trend you may have heard, a focus on well-being. A lot is being said about it now. International companies started using it not only by hiring a psychologist or therapist for the company. This insight says that any person working or wishing to find a job, for that person it's important to be taken care of, not just by hiring a psychologist. So we have a psychologist, you may go to him or not. But the person would like to hear in the company why it's important to take care of himself or herself, why they need to attend doctors, do screenings, etc., etc. So it's about well-being of employees. Another important aspect is the development path within the company. People pay attention to that. Money is important, absolutely. But if the company only provides money, there are lots of possibilities to find money. But if the company doesn't develop, not only the career, doesn't provide career growth opportunities, and if the person is not provided with learning opportunities, it's less interesting for people. My final point is that any company right now should be thinking about technologies, AI. Every company should be thinking how to implement those technologies in their companies. Zoomers are now growing up. Soon they will become managers. They are very focused and obsessed with technologies. So companies need to start thinking about it already now. Thank you very much. You touched upon the issue of Zoomers. Jaslan, my question is to you. The majority of your team right now are kids, people who are developing AI. Those are not just developers, they do automation using AI tools. These employees are young people under 25 years old. Who likes to work with Zoomers? Please raise your hand. We see fewer raised hands. But for you, it's the majority of your team. It's the majority of your workforce. How do you work with Zoomers? How do you make sure that a young startup can not only attract, select the right Zoomers, but how do you make sure that they work for your benefit and they bring value? So apologies. We work with AI and couldn't handle the microphone. I'm not an HR specialist, but I'm a specialist in sales and AI. Having a startup, you as a business owner have to work with HR processes. You have to hire people, retain them. All these issues, we work on them on everyday basis. How to retain, how attract Zoomers. Zoomers are very interested, as Renata said, they have a great interest in AI. I used to work in sales, and it was very difficult to find people. Now I advertise on Headhunter. In the headline, I write ChatGPT developer or AI developer, and in a day you can receive 200 or 300 resumes of people who wish to gain that experience. Without having an HR specialist, I just place funnels on Headhunter. I do not have time to look at every candidate. So there is automatic selection by load. Zoomers can be different. They are diverse as well. There are like third-year Zoomers and the second-year university Zoomers who are very difficult to work with. They want to work part-time. I do not believe actually in this part-time and home office-based work. I do not believe in home offices. So everything is done through the funnel, and before meeting me, automatic selection takes place. So the main question is how to attract people to my company. You have to do something interesting. It has to be or the area that where we hire should be AI related. There should be interesting tasks. Interesting tasks attract top tier funnel people. So it's difficult to work with Zoomers. You have to, maybe my Zoomers are not classic Zoomers. The only thing that I have to give them is flexibility to, in terms of schedule. My first question is, show me your schedule at your university. So the person would show me his time slots, and I would tell him that in this time you will be in the office, you will working full time, and you will be earning X amount of money. So when students would go back from their school to us, I'm asking also them questions, why are you interested? And all developers have the motivation. First, they want to be in trend. They want to work on interesting assignments and tasks. What was not so obvious to me, they're interested in having their products used by people. So it's an intrinsic motivation. They make products for the market when the product will be marketable. So we prepared numbers for the panel discussion, and our agents talk to 200,000 people when we discuss how much each agent brought money to our partners. And those are billions. Those numbers are in the billions, and people get really impressed. A 21-year-old kid can save 1 billion to a company. That's amazing. Yes, through automation, absolutely. Summarizing, make cool ideas, create some cool activities so that people wish to stay with you. In terms of development, do not do some crap, but do something usable by people, and that can be marketable and tested by the market and used by the market. Thank you. Alibek, now your turn. You have a completely different type of business. You're one of the largest employers in Kazakhstan. On one hand, your corporate culture is about stability, reliability. On the other hand, everyone is concerned and scared of being stuck in one position and in flexibility. I use ChatGPT to collect all information about you, and I see that you promote equality and you are a proponent of automation of all routine processes. Please tell us, what is the corporate culture of Kazakhmys, why people wish to join your labor force, and I heard that it's possible to grow in your company very substantially. Thank you for waking up on Saturday morning, and thank you for coming this morning to hear about corporate culture. It's an interesting area. I will briefly speak about the companies that I was lucky to work in my career. I saw a lot of interesting things. First, when we graduated in the beginning of 2000s, my age people know that our main objective was to be employed anywhere, to start gaining experience. The candidates didn't have long riders of requirements. The number one objective was to find a job, start the career.
Therefore, after university, I used to work at the national companies, and then I moved to a private company with HQ in Slovenia, and we had such an office. And it was, like the top-notch culture while you're sitting in Almaty office, you can give a call to a plant with a CEO and everything. There were no borders in terms of communications. And in 2012, I was in the quasi-public sector working for SOE, big holding of Kazakhmys and Kazatomprom. And the most interesting thing is that I managed to work with 7 CEOs in Kazatomprom, very CEOs in Kazatomprom do not stay for a long time, and every one of the CEOs were promoting their culture. One in terms of the rigid culture, with a lot of red tape, and this spirals of development in the company can be seen with every new CEO. One is ready to communicate with everybody, eliminating any borders, and others are lions roaring from their rooms and offices without any communications with the people. Very interesting phase was working for the National Bank, Central Bank of Kazakhstan. IT experts probably know. Back then I was also in IT, Banking Service Bureau. About 160 developers worked back then in this office, and they were servicing ecosystem of the National Bank for their in-house products. And then I've seen how difficult is that to manage 160 people. People were saying, I don't want to be in the back office. I want to be in the team of developers working on the front office. And that was hype for ChatGPT. Now it was blockchain back then, and the team was actually to develop it for the single Central Depositarium of the Securities. This is a subsidiary of the Central Bank of Kazakhstan, and we were the first who launched the system of working on the blockchain at scale. At the utility scale, for it also working with the head of state. And what I noticed back then is that the governor of the central bank and his meeting with the head of state and our government was supposed to be updating the president on all the systems, but our developers delayed placement on the App Store and the Play Market, and it's high time to go and see the president. And we've got a call from the assistant of the president, and the question was like, tomorrow your governor is meeting with the president. Make sure that Play Store will be placing your product on Play Store. Like, give them a call and say our governor is meeting president. Speed the process up, but Play Store has its own processes. After traveling this journey, I see that the corporate culture is first and foremost is about strategy, vision of the shareholder. If it's a developed and mature corporate culture with higher engagement and people are ready for their company to to go for some, to see different challenges and actually are ready to contribute their own time and other resources, well, it will enable company, because a company will be changing, it will be implementing some changes, and if it's immature corporate culture, I've seen how good ideas are broken and are born that because we are all afraid of change, and there is a lot of resistance. It's not 100% engagement, and that is if there is no role model, if a shareholder or CEO or the governor of the company, they are supposed to lead by example, show their interest, that they are strong believers, not only at the, at the town halls, but on a daily basis, that I am committed, I am believer, I am the one who is behind the strategy, and that is how to motivate the whole team, independently of the size of the team. What is good in a small company? Changes are promoted by the CEOs. You can see your employees, you communicate on a daily basis, seeing their reaction, seeing if their eyes are bright. And it's also about the maturity of the corporate culture. Like Amazon, it's a huge company. If these values are not promoted from the top level, at the highest level of the CEO, and at some distance from the HQ, they will be just dying out. Just to summarize your response, it's about role model, top management, and from CEO or from the top manager, whatever the size of the company is, it is also about this intrinsic values. It is this built-in beliefs. Thank you very much. Jerome, you are global. It's not just a big company. You're not just sustainably making your business. It's a global company with international values. Can you please elaborate on how you adopt corporate culture, how you adjust it for the peculiarities of Asian market? What are you focusing on? What are your highlights? Probably you can share an interesting practice from Kazakhstan, what you've seen, what has been implemented here.
Thanks. I will have to express myself in English. I think we don't adapt. I think the whole story of being a global company is to make sure that your corporate culture is the same everywhere, and that you somehow attract people who can blend into that culture and deliver in that, let's say, environment. So our corporate culture, I hope, is as open as possible and can be used in many territories and many jurisdictions. What is extremely important in our corporate culture, and which is why we are here, is that we are in a very regulated market. We do product for 40, 50 years, which are with a significant, let's say, safety and security component. And yet we still need to foster innovation, yet we still need to foster improvement. And this is this permanent tension we have to manage with our corporate culture in giving people the path. Babit was mentioning, sometimes we are more than 1 year, Babit, because we have this long program and long lead activities. Going through certification as well is pretty long. And I think as leadership, whether it is in country or globally, it is extremely important to try to attract new talent, to try to motivate this innovation within the company, yet being able to absorb this innovation, ingrain it into our product, and make sure that what we release on the market is absolutely safe and compliant with regulation. So today, to get back to your question for Kazakhstan, we have a company which is mostly Kazakh. As much as I'm not, we are 5 people outside from Kazakhstan out of 1,300 employees. So it's the other way around. We are adapting to Kazakh culture, environment, and trying to deliver in that space. And I mean it because these differences are also helping us being creative and being relevant to the market we are in. And today in the AI space, we have a lot of AI-related activities in our development, but because of who we are, so usually the process is we have an innovation, we kill some because they are not relevant to the business model, then we use them internally for some time, and then we release them to the market. At the moment, because we have a very vibrant team here, we are testing a lot of things. And what is really interesting for us is to use these Kazakh-created technologies. So one is AI-based, actually machine learning more than AI, which we replicate in the group in different environments to see if it's working, trying to fail safe as much as we can, and then we will hopefully implement them globally.
Well, that is great. Thank you very much for your comment. I believe that it is very interesting to see, as you mentioned, not all the modern technology can be used in Alstom, that you kill some of them and you promote the others. It's also about adjustment and adaptation, not to follow the hype and something fashionable, but to take the best fit for you. I have one general question to all our speakers. When I start speaking to different business owners, I very often hear a question. What is your opinion? When should I start thinking about corporate culture? I am small. Should I get back to it in a year or two? Others come to me and say, we are already working for 10 years without your unclear mission and values, and still we exist and we are prospering. We know, like, sometimes I just pay a little more, but corporate culture is just a legend or a myth for Amazon, Google, and such big companies. Can you please share your opinion when companies should start thinking about corporate culture, start investing into this culture, and even systematize it a little bit? David, starting with you. Well, my opinion is probably obvious. During the planning already, you should understand what kind of business you want to build and what kind of people you want to see in your company. Starting with that, you start building your corporate culture. If you want a good structure for people to be client-oriented, service-oriented, independent, not to, hold hands and, guiding too much. In order to attract such people, we need to be customer obsession, ownership, and bias fraction. For people to be independent and to proactively do something. I believe that from the very beginning you should have some core concepts, fundamental concepts, and step by step they will be increasing and growing. Initially, when we hired just a couple of people, we did not have a clear understanding of levels, junior, middle, senior in IT. We did not have that. But in a year time, we understood that it's high time to be more structured, to have more clear understanding, and step by step we built this structure. Okay, thank you very much, Renat. How often candidates ask you as an external recruitment agency about corporate culture of the companies they are planning to work for? Well, also I would like to add on what Babette said about the culture. Culture is about, well, ideally, if you want to open a company, yes, 6 years ago, I remember myself, I never thought about corporate culture. I thought that it's about hiring people, and here very specifically, that there is no specific mission, no specific value. Just you start thinking that it's your product you've established to make it interesting and to make it profitable. Ideally, like when you want to launch a company, thinking about corporate culture, but non-ideal, but more practical example, when when you open a company, you don't think about the culture. You think about building all these processes. From my own practice, when we started hiring our first team to all the CEO stops, at least when you start thinking about the team, think about the moment being, who you are, what's your mission, what's your value, what is your path where you are aspiring to. It's not ideal, but it's still okay. Another important thing that culture will keep changing. We are 6 years old. Initially, we were a startup, then we were building and growing chaotically. Now we are slowing down, and we understand that we need to change. We need to change what we were doing previously. And to Ksenia's question, what candidates ask. It's also very interesting for them. Right now, they are quite mature, and market is looking for great candidates, and candidates are asking what kind of a management style is that? What is a corporate culture? What's about work and life balance? Whether I will be, too much of a workload outside office hours. And that's a dynamic process. It's about flexibility, and it's about more agile conditions, a better balance. People don't like rigid anymore, so calling them red flags. But candidates really ask and are really interested because they want for the interviews to be two ways, not just one way asking questions. Should we also bring our ideas, or should we just follow and do what we are asked to? We were hired as an agency, and then we understood that the owner and the CEO is the same person. It's a big international company, and right at the interview, he says to the candidates, "I am the boss here, and you're nothing. You just need to do what I am asking for." This is just, one-way road. Even though it's a great international corporate, but they don't have people. Because right now, companies should be also changing, depending on the market. So, look at the trends. Yes, I had a similar case recently about the value of the company, of the team. I was present as an invited expert, and two recruiting managers had a disagreement, and even it was a conflict between them. Because yes, it's also about culture, what you actually are trying to show. And if it's your intrinsic value, that will be seen. And if it's not intrinsic, that might kill you. Jaslan, what are your thoughts? Well, if we look at the comparison between small companies, big companies, I believe for small companies, it's about following the person, the founder, the CEO, who they're working for, and the trust to this person. In big companies, it's not about the CEO, who he or she is, but looking at the system, how stable it is, how timely the salary is paid, and so on and so forth. Therefore, since I am in the beginning, we are a startup, we are just starting. And when should we think about corporate culture? I was my first employee. And looking at the first co-working where I will be sitting and working, I was looking at it at the proximity to my house. Ksenia from Kolesa, we discussed that it should be very comfortable with great atmosphere, even though it is an open space. And after hiring, it also should be close to metro. It should be comfortable. There should be a coffee shop somewhere nearby. Just small things like that. They also matter. From the very beginning, I was actually trying to make it comfortable and convenient for myself, because you actually attract likes, and to make it also comfortable for them. Probably it is my corporate culture. I was lucky enough. I did not start with from the scratch. I had some thoughts in Kolesa again while promoting our company, which I worked for in the past. It has corporate culture. It's already part of you, and these standards will be used everywhere in your life and in your work as well. I think it was great a foundation. Well, looking at yourselves, you start with yourself to making sure that it's great for you, then it will be great for your guys. Okay, thank you very much, Alibek. If it's about a big company, again, there is such a understanding. Closeness or proximity to the CEO, to go and see CEO directly. How? Through the system to show such corporate culture that is with you, especially in the moment when cultures and the companies keep changing. Well, the key thing here.
Why large companies, just as my colleague earlier said, why large companies are interested in stable corporate cultures? Because irrespective of who holds the position of CEO or CEO -1, everybody must understand what the company is, what can be achieved in that company, do social lifts work in it, is there a talent management program, do I have a chance to grow in this company? In smaller companies, people look at the leader. They share the values of the leader and make a choice of this company and show great results. As I earlier said, the shareholder is interested in having the vertical structure so that everybody understands why we do what we do, what is our final goal. Because without a goal, you work for the basket, and if there is no engagement on the part of the CEO or CEO -1, it demotivates you. So how accessible is the top manager? Everybody thinks that the leader has to be a little bit of HR, a bit of salesperson. My vision is that the manager has to be a leader. He should tell the CEO -1, I believe in you, I delegate the function to you, you are my deputy, you are a professional, so I stand ready to give you all the support you need. And from the board of directors, out of 10 people, I'm always accessible, let's work together, let's change things around us. But quite often, when the former deputy CEO becomes a CEO, that person may not change his role. And from the CEO, we don't expect some strong specialist, strong expertise, for example, how to write prompts, etc. The CEO should say, I don't know how to do it, but you are my deputy, you are professional, I hired you to tell me what we should do and how we should do it. So I think that this type of culture produces the best output. And when there is this link, no matter what culture existed before, prior to that, it will be slowing down the whole of the company. What's most important is to start the change, to turn the wheel of change that will keep going by inertia. So if you turn this wheel, if you don't do it even once, people stop believing in some goals, objectives. At the end of the day, each and every one of us, hired employees, we are interested in selling our time with the highest profit. And this need to sell your time and competencies with the highest profit, but if along with that you have some team of supporters who believe you, you have some values that are shared within the company, it gives you more sense of purpose. And if you may even receive a competitive offer from somebody else, you will still choose to stay in your company. Srim, I have an unusual question to you. Based on your experience, what do you think? Corporate culture for investors and future partners, can it be an additional motivation for long-term partnership? Based on your experience, to what extent partners and future investors pay attention to the corporate culture within a company and what message CEO radiates into the world?
I think the corporate culture is somehow a common driver and a common goal. And this is relevant to employees because in large corporations you have corporate cultures. You have very different cultures within different group of people, within different regions or teams, and you need an aggregation of that. And this aggregation is important for us internally to relate, to feel that we are a group of people, a society, but it is also extremely important for our environment because, as Alibek was saying, whoever will be leading, whoever is the resource delivering, there is an ulterior motive of a greater purpose which is followed. And I explained earlier that we are in an environment which is very long-term compared to software development, for instance, and I think that this culture and this corporate commitment is extremely important to our customers, to our stakeholders, to our investors, because they know where they're going. And I think that we are in Kazakhstan for 15 years. It is part of our corporate culture to come and stay and develop. We are not just dropping a product and leaving. We are not just importing in the country. We're here for a long time because it needs to run for a long time, and we need to be there to make it happen. And we did, was it in May or June, I can't recall, but we inaugurated a depot in Shu, so quite remote Kazakhstan. I don't want to offend anybody, but it took some time to get there. And
I was born near that town.
The manager came with his son because of his own internal family issues. But the funny bit is that he knows that when he will retire, the project will not be finished. And somehow his son will have to take over. His son or another young Kazakh kid, that's not the problem. But the sense of the corporate culture is here, is that you need to give everybody a purpose, a common purpose for a very long time. So it evolves, it moves, but some of the commitments remain. And I think it is important to express them and to make them clear for everybody so team members understand it and follow them.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Well, it's almost the end of the time of our session. I would like to summarize the results very briefly. We are here the representatives of very different diverse businesses, startups, some long-term successful multinational corporations. Some businesses have been working for more than 20 years. What's most important is that corporate culture is an additional value for any type of business. And if we talk about the importance, why and how people choose their employment now. What I heard from various speakers, the same thought. People wish to influence the business they work in. Businesses want to build their career for a longer term. They would like to see their own development and possibilities to influence and impact, to create an impact. Yes, even for large companies, the value of leaders is high. In small startups, we can see it very well. But even in large corporations, how a leader behaves, how he projects his inner values will influence the whole entire corporation, no matter how big that corporation is. Even if we are talking about some global multinationals, it's still about localization. It's about creating products for the years to come and to feel the impact on the nation at large. Thank you very much to everyone for coming here on the Saturday morning, and we have one family photo to make, and we will pass on the floor to the next panel session. Thank you.
Уважаемые гости, панельная сессия подошла к
guarantee that it will last forever, as feelings, attachment. And here we talk about objectification of women in our society. And at the same time, women are blamed for accepting objectivization and change their attitude to life as transactional operation. And at the end of the day, they are also blamed for accepting the situation as is and try to adapt to it and go with it. So this is a metaphor. This is a metaphor with the bodies of porcelain dolls. And when we enter this chase for perfection, we are also not unique. It's everything about uniqueness. This film was generated by AI, and it's also an issue of uniqueness. There are multiple layers, metaphors, my thoughts. The film is visually generated with AI, but the script is my work, it's my message as an artist. And it was interesting for me to create a pseudo-documentary and express those thoughts into the heads of those porcelain dolls, and I want to show the abuse that they're subject to. How long did it take you to write this script? AI helps you to do everything faster compared to humans. How much time did it take you to come up with this script? Since my experience of directing and producing films is quite substantial, I write scripts for the short and regular films. I work with I have my own rhythm of coming up with the idea and finalizing it and fine-tuning it. Yes, fine-tuning of thoughts and ideas and words will take some time to make the thought very concise. But the wording is mine. The phraseology is mine. As for the film itself, all of it took about 21 days, 8 hours a day of generation. So in total, but these hours were spread in 3 months. The budget was about 600,000 euros, because generation, all of these processes, several neural networks were used. So it's also important to say that it takes time. Editing takes time, fine-tuning takes time, and putting the shots together, connecting them. Sometimes it could be one working second in generation, or in reality 5 or 6, which is a rare thing. Something like this. What would you say to the creators, maybe artists, maybe some people far from arts? What would you tell them? It's obvious you like to experiment with new media. Although in 2014 you were against digital. I didn't say I was against, no. I said that it was in 2017, not 14. It was in 2017. I said that when I create photography, everything happening with it is real. And I still have this belief. The experience of a model, of an actor, or a person who wants to go through transformation, I compared it to your personal journey, or when you look at somebody else's photos of somebody's journey. So I didn't say I was against. I said that if you want to experience somebody else's experience in their image, then physically you need to feel the entire process of transformation.
It's about creating your avatar and, and telling how it actually turned out in a physical body. You will not go through this experience, but still it's an interesting experience. It's visual experience, not a physical one. Well, you also said that you make heroes out of regular people, that you make people go through this experience. But what about AI? Yes, it's visual experience, it has experience, but what is your overall vision? If you can elaborate on that for the future, how people will collaborate with the AI. It's probably I decided not to give any forecasts. I'm looking at the reality, and it's quite an utopia. It's this way or the other. It's great. Our life is a game. Let's play this game and see where it's gonna lead us. Well, if it's about young directors, of course they will be using AI as much as possible. And at the same time, what other pieces of advice you would give them? It's virtual reality, it's virtual world, augmented reality, but how to find yourself as an artist? Well, it looks like we live our lives. Just yesterday I've met an artist, and she said that it's very important for her to preserve offline world as much as possible, to stay within this physical world. What would you recommend? What is your perception of that? And what is your piece of advice to artists, to directors? Well, if there is a fear of leaving the physical space, don't leave it. Stay within this physical space. There is such a great form as digital art, when you can actually use objects, installations, integrate AI. Well, I am also involved in such experiment. Well, it's difficult to answer this question in terms of what shall they do, because in my practice I have a lot of different media I work with, and a lot of applications, and in terms of the applied tools, I don't have any fear, or cannot think of any particular fear with leaving digitalization, going this digitalization. It's a cycle. It used to be, it's here, and it will be. There are a lot of options to combine things, and the fears are the traps. We should not be afraid of these traps. Just do it and be brave. It's a spiritual talk, because it's our soul. Art is life. It's not possible to live without art. Well, but people are still afraid. Just now we were presented a book. It's about AI and the characteristics of AI, but still people are afraid. I believe that it should be a combination of things, but fear is still here. For artists in particular, it's probably a very important thing. Well, I think it's a little bit different. Probably it's fear of not being popular, not becoming, a famous artist. When competition is high, competition of being famous and popular, it's not that AI will be better than any of us, but it's not a fear of creating great art pieces by AI to go to see and to enjoy it. It's a fear to be left behind. It's a question of an ego. It is also about people just don't perceive it as an ego. It is people thinking that it will be very dire consequences, but with a great pleasure we still are using it, so we should not forget about our vanity as well. And every artist is afraid of being not in demand. And if it's not in trend and using AI, it will be the end. No, I wouldn't say so. Again, I do not agree with that because I have experience of such work as institutional artist with exhibitions where my embroidery is being shown, my films, and my other objects, and actually, the collectors are actually still interested in that, and it's even making this art pieces more attractive and more demanded. Yes, you can create your own style. That's what I strongly believe in. You can show your voice, even if you're using AI. It will be seen, but still it's a tool which can be, accessible to anybody. Anybody can go into this tool, start using it, start experimenting, and of course it might take some time, but still not that long to learn applications of and applied arts. In addition to knowledge, it also requires some physical practice and fine-tuning your art. It's believed that architecture and sculptors are becoming mature by 45 years old. By 45, they have their own signature style, and for starting from 20 years, sculptors work on becoming this mature artist. And like when you with AI, if you spend 3 months on a daily basis, 6 hours per day, you will also reach some signature style, and not 25 years. And 25 years versus 3 months. And this accessibility will bring more artists, and we already have quite a few of them, but the strongest will survive. That's the sphere, I believe. And that's where the pressure is coming from. And among the artist community, it is this strain, this little tightness. And this figure is actually the digital things are around us. It's very easily accessible. It's more effort to have an exhibition or compared to go into a social media, and there are a lot of options to pursue. To stay unique and creative is something more challenging. Well, whether AI will be more creative compared to artists, once again, well, we'll see. Dear audience, we don't have answers yet. It's just thinking out loud. And Yildiz has a great experience. She is a very talented artist. And it's very interesting to learn what she thinks about it, especially being the visual artist and painter. And again, it's also about power games. With AI, it's still the same. I would like to give the floor to our audience, taking questions from the audience. We have a lot of artists here, people from the world of arts. They learned more about you watching the film you've made with AI. Let's not be shy. Ask questions. Let's have this discussion open. Can you pass the microphone, please? We cannot hear you, unfortunately. Can you please use microphone? Hello. And I'm Andrei. I am in graffiti, and also I work with IT. Yildiz, I have a question. What is your further goal for the upcoming 5 years? Do you have such long-term strategies in terms of your development? Not for 5 years, but at least 12 months in ahead, I decided to stop planning in the long run, like in such a long-term goals. Now I am shooting a video. It will be hybrid. It will have a physical shooting and also using AI generated videos, because it's a big question and request from my students whether it is feasible at all. When you work with big budgets and when you don't have a lot of budgets for the special effects, it's about closing this gap with AI. And Yıldız, you mentioned that you're teaching somewhere. Can you share it? I have my own course, my own students. It's an international audience. I do it once a year. It's very rare, and it's about webinars but it's not that often, but it's also being recorded, so webinars are available in recordings. And when I have a time slot available in my schedule, I try to do that, because updates are happening on a weekly basis. Something new is coming up. I compiled them, and once every 2-3 months I have 4 hours webinar where we discuss all of these new developments and look at the new opportunities. This lady had a question. Can we please pass the microphone to her? Yıldız, good afternoon. It's not really a question. I just want to say how much I admire your work. I looked a film about a fisherman. It's very beautiful, very visually handsome, and the message you are putting through is really something I admire. Well, friends, any other questions? This is a unique chance, while unique is this unique opportunity while Yıldız is here in Kazakhstan. Well, Zaure, Yıldız, thank you very much for this discussion. It is very much inspiring and interesting. Can you compare digital art to traditional art? In addition to being available and accessible to everybody, what else? What is so much useful in digital creativity? What's useful for whom? Well, first of all, I can also try to make a film. But what else? What are the new opportunities and perspectives presented by AI? What is the value of digital art? Is that your question? Well, actually, that's the question for the collectors. That how to assess talent and everything. Well, today I believe it can be assessed only in terms of experience. And even though it's quite strange, but from the digital art, what kind of emotion we can obtain from seeing that, from communicating with that generative art, when we can with captures get integrated into installations, be inside this installation, when we can get some messages, they are printed in the space. And this is about learning and learning about communications among human and artificial versions of ourselves. It's like inside of us. This is my interpretation. I believe that AI is such a collective about these visions, about these perceptions we had, and everything within our unconsciousness. Now it is in the digital cloud, and it is something irrational being presented on a daily basis. and we can actually get sources from there. We are becoming a sorcerers, but actually it was always around, but it was not that much in our agenda. Thank you very much, Yıldız. We have this young man, and then Nagul. Yes, well, let's give the mic here first. Let's give the floor to a lady, right? Zavria, Yıldız, thank you very much for this session. Yıldız, I have a question. What are the topics for the upcoming future you're planning to study and to investigate? What are the barriers you came across in your work with AI? In this video, I believe this was Mr. Bean, right? Yes, quite look-alike of Mr. Bean. Well, what about intellectual property? What about the legal? Well, Amash is not something prohibited. It shouldn't be 100%. And Mr. Bean is such a classical European man, and therefore I wanted to create his digital personality. Well, currently I am working with the perception of trauma, how we work with trauma, how we acknowledge it, and how we coexist with it, how we exist with it. And this is a key topic I am working with via the cinematography. Well, another question. And I have a question. How much AI is ready to actually generate movies? Well, the question is whether people are ready, because like we need to be very brave with nuts for our character to spend a lot of time with our computers. And thank you very much. Second question, I am student at the Eurasian National University, and I'm planning to implement 2 projects, and the question is how much students can optimize their costs in order to implement these projects. What kind of projects are you referring to? Well, the first project, for example, I would like to make it on the basis of AI, to have a tour around our buildings. For Eurasian National University, in our main building, we have 3 museums, and I would like to run a tour for this building to see our premises and museums. And you probably know as a club of humor and fun. It's called Kevin in Russia. Well, create it. What's a question? Stop wanting, start doing. You mentioned that you spend €600 was the budget of this film. I don't have this money. How can I optimize this cost? Well, this is the lowest budget possible right now. Well, you can use. Well, I'm not sure whether there are neural networks in Kazakhstan. Yes, we have Higgsfield, for example. I'm not sure how much it can resolve this issue, but it's a great project. And actually, it's about the last question from this lady. Well, hello, my name is Angelica. Thank you very much for this session. And this is about gender bias in AI, was our previous session, and it is about 22% of women working in AI. In CIS, it's probably even less. For me, it's quite interesting. Have you came across any barriers or obstacles on your way? You are a very brave woman working with AI, and that's already something very surprising or amazing. Well, yes, of course, I had such moments. going through the rough patches when men approached me asking, like, you hired somebody to make this video, somebody generated it for you, somebody edited that for you. No. And among my students, I have more women. And well, I will not say that it's some kind of a male-dominated story or man-dominated. But when girls come to my course, they perceive it as something extremely difficult. But when I give them a formula how to prompt properly, how to write prompts, how to make all the setups, and it is. While they are practicing it, they can see good results. The same as with the editing, and it's not about your gender. It's about your effort, how long you can sit and learn. How it's about your perseverance and about your boldness. Unfortunately, it's high time for our session just to mention that Yildiz is a bright example, a bright role model on how one can be an artist, a director, and a very talented person in different arts, and using AI, how to collaborate with AI, and for the benefit, for better results, and then it's about reaching something amazing. And even I start thinking, why am I not making videos and films yet? Because it is about, touching something very spiritual. Well, thank you very much, Yildiz, for this very interesting discussion. If you have any questions, you can ask Yildiz after this session, and take a photo if Yildiz does not mind. Thank you. We really appreciate Zauri and Yildiz for very interesting experience exchange and perspective vision. With that, it's our this is the end of the fireside chat. Our next panel session will be about using AI in family economy. We would like to ask our guests to stay with us.
Or send an email. In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the Value Add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks, and more. Wherever your journey or mission takes you, stay in control with IEC Telecom.
Жаным, жасанды интеллектті үйрен. Құралдарын батыл.
Сіз айналаңыздағы әлемді қазір өзгерте аласыз. Мысалы, көлікті бір күнде сатып алу, және оны жақын адамыңызға беру. Немесе жаңа пәтерге көшу. Мұнда әркімнің өз бөлмесі болады. Немесе өз ісіңізді ашу, және басқа адамдардың өмірін өзгерту. Freedom Bank. Өзгеретін уақыт келді.
Қазақстанда демалуға болатын көптеген керемет орын бар. Бұрын ол үшін интернеттен ақпарат іздеп, таныстардан сұрау керек болатын. Енді Каспий Travel'де Қазақстан деп аталатын жаңа бөлім пайда болды. Бұл жерден демалыс орнын тиімді бағаға тез әрі оңай таңдай аласыз. Каспий KZ қосымшасында Қазақстандағы демалысты таңдаңыз. Каспий KZ Қазақстанда жасалған.
At the heart of Eurasia, a signal pulses across the land from the vast Kazakh steppes to the world's busiest data hubs. We connect continents, businesses, and generations. This is where big data becomes big insight, where numbers turn into knowledge, and knowledge powers a continent. Tradition and technology no longer opposites, but one single path. Even the most silent places speak in the language of data. We live in different zones, but every day we connect to the same network. With every connection, we empower business, we strengthen partnerships, we shape the future, the digital heart of Eurasia.
Осында ғашық болып шабыттанады. Жаңа дәуір бастайды. Осы жерде өз түкпірің, жақын адамың бар, алғашқы қадам басқан жер. Осындай жерлер көп болғанын қалаймыз. Сондықтан біз үйлер, мектептер, ауруханалар, көпірлер, саябақ пен стадиондар саламыз. Бірге өсіп өркендеу үшін адам әлеуеті дамитын орта құрамыз. BI Group. Жайлы өмір сүріп, дамуға арналған ортаңыз.
Раз, чек, чек, 6, чек. объявляем.
Құрметті қонақтар, панельдік сессия тақырыбын жариялауға рұқсат етіңіздер.
This is the session Techno Women Central Asia AI for Family Economy. Moderator of this session is a business training director of the Jarkara Development and Business Center, Ms. Bibigul Shaykieva. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, welcome to the International Forum Digital Bridge 2025, and in particular to our session Techno Woman Central Asia. My name is Shakiva Bibigul. I am from Mangostar region. For the Techno Woman Central Asia session, our topic is AI for family and household economy, for women and for people. New opportunities. I would like to provide the floor to the chair of the Before the opening remarks, let's look at the screen. This is a special video prepared by Techno Woman girls. And the first welcoming remarks for the chairperson of the Techno Woman, Ms. Aziza Shujeva. Please, the floor is yours. Good morning or good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you at our session, Techno Women Central Asia. It's a great pleasure to see all of you here. Good afternoon, dear participants of our panel session. We are all a little bit nervous today. It's such a touching and very celebratory moment. We would like to draw some results of our two projects, IT-IL, IT Women, and a project which is actually a choice of many women, such a project for the people, for women who were able to change their lives, to improve their standards of living, were able to build their careers and to see profit and to increase their earnings. It is for women who are not in IT specializations, but to start their new careers in this blue ocean where we are teaching IT skills to women. And another achievement, the Sezeltech project for youth, where we wanted to give knowledge to young people in financial literacy, how to set goals, how to ensure savings, how to increase their knowledge in cybersecurity, not to become victims of fraud and fraudulent activities. We gave them new careers as prompt engineers, graphic designers, AI users, and as our surveys show, 36% of our alumni were able to get jobs, and today they are making first but firm steps in this industry. While women in innovation and in ICT of Kazakhstan, ICT sector of Kazakhstan, are making some very serious and very steady steps. If you look at these figures, we can already see that women are very well represented in the area of knowledge, research, studies. 57% of all the master students are women, and 56% among PhD students are also women. Women representativeness in the technology professions is growing. And look, in our country today we are implementing amazing projects as Technovation Girls. For the first time this year, Technovation Girls gathered more than 1,500 girls, cyber safe for women. When women were able to come into the sector of cybersecurity, again, higher potential projects. Girls are making huge, are achieving huge results. There is Takorda, amazing project by Astana Hub, when you can get a profession in IT in coding, and it's free of charge. Look, 47% is representativeness of women in this project, and when Takorda just started, it was just 15% of women participating in this project. It's I'm sure that our women are making these big steps, and today we will have great, very interesting speakers. It will be amazing discussion, and we have our women from different regions, from different corners of our country. For them, Digital Bridge is the first IT forum, and I would like to thank our partners, International Technopark, Astana Hub. I would like to thank Odbasa Bank, Center of the Civic Initiatives, support, especially for this young women, girls from rural areas joining this event and becoming part of this blue ocean. I would like to wish everybody productive work, very interesting discussion. Let's support our girls sitting at this stage. And now I believe we will discuss results of our project. Now I would like to ask all the people in the audience, can you please share this information in your social media? If every one of you can tell about that, at least for another 5 girls or women, that there are such opportunities in Kazakhstan, that there is a chance to learn AI and about acquiring new professions. I believe that this network effect will make our women more prosperous, increasing their earnings. Where will they invest all this money? They will invest this money to give a better opportunities to their children. Whatever we do for our future, and children are our future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Isa. And IT women, we had more than 11,000 young women and girls as within this program. Can we please give a round of applause to such great initiative? And I would like to give the floor to the chair of the National Commission on Women and Family Demographic Policy under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, to Ms. Zholdazay Iskakova. Can you please join us at this stage? Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum, dear colleagues. Apologies, but I was a little bit confused, but I was made it right on time. As representative of the National Commission on Women and Family Demographic Policy and as a President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, on behalf of the chairperson, Ms. Aida Balaeva, let me welcome you at this session. Well, family demographic policy and women are high priority for our state, and that is impacting the whole sectors and all of us. women are important as a topic when we are discussing family economy and demographic policy. Why is it important to highlight the role of women? As you know, in the structure of our population, women are 51.1%, huge economic potential, but there are issues how this potential is actually realized. With a bigger share of women, it's true for many countries. Based on the last statistics data for 2023, we have this in open source. More than 60% of households in our country are led by women. I looked at global statistics and we are at the top. On average, this is about 30% globally. Well, women are the major breadwinners in their economic structures. They are breadwinners for their families. That is caused by many factors. Sometimes it is work in shifts. Household is not about the family only. It's a different category and a different definition, but 60% of households are women-led. Another factor why is that important to discuss role of women, it is number of the multiple children families. In our country, we have a big share of the multi-children families, at least at the post-Soviet Union space. It is also a demographic part of the discussion. We should look at from different perspectives. If we look at the IRC Kazakhstani think tank, if we look at their studies and data, out of 100% of people living below the poverty line, 90% of them are multiple children families. Government and the state should think about investing into the development of women, considering that they are breadwinners in their families and households, that we have multiple children families, in order to bring quality into quantity. This should be done by empowering women. And of course, being the National Commission on Women and Family Demographic Policy, I should explain that we are an advisory board under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. We have 35 women and men in this commission from different sectors, lawyers, advocates, politologists, economists, human rights experts. Well, 35 people overall in the commission, and under all the governors we have similar commissions representing businesses, human rights agencies, and many other. Also, we have the special advisors to the governors, and they are advising governors on gender issues, gender mainstreaming, and this is overall the country. It's nationwide initiative. We are not just a simple structure, like which is present at different events. We are also about gender policy. We are about family and demographic policy. Therefore, all the things we hear can be addressed together, because we have the key thing, human resource, and it can be promoted nationwide. National Commission has 6 sectors inside. One of them, not to have its collective irresponsible thing. The gender mainstreaming is chaired by Ms. Aziza, chair of the board of the Techno Women NGO, and they are also responsible for the IT Women project. In 3 years, more than 11,000 women were trained. They got new skills. This will enable them to go to a new level, and new economic perspectives will be open to earn more. Yesterday, we had a famous guru of AI, and he said that in the upcoming 5 years, 90% of the tasks will be more successfully handled by AI. Therefore, women should not be left behind. We should be catching up. In order to stay where we are, we need to run, actually. And for all the winners of ITIL project, all the participants, I believe, will be evolving, will be growing, and we will hear more about them. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you for your interest. Thank you very much. It's a great speech. If women develop, communities develop. And thank you very much for your speech. For the first panel session, I would like to invite our speakers, Ms. Alina Abdrahmanova and Alua Korbaeva. Can you please join us at this stage? Aiza Timurovna, can you please also join us here? And contributors to this development is the President. Alua Korbaeva will be sharing results of AKL-TEC and AKL-IL results for 2025. And these projects are important among youth and women. 20,000 people got trained on a free of charge basis, and they were trained in IT and technology. And this is also being done in association with the Astana Hub International National Civic Initiative Support Center. Alua, can we please give you the floor? Alua is one of the heads of the organizational committee of these projects and also board member of Techno Women. Alua, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you here at this panel session. It's a great honor to present results of our program. A little bit about Techno Woman. Techno Woman was born here in Astana, Kazakhstan. We are very proud of that. Several years ago, we just started, and now we have our offices in Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and now we are opening our office in OIE. And we have more than 1,000 members, just women, CEOs of big IT companies, corporate managers, and all these women are in a network, create collaborations. We have a lot of cases where we can show that our women at this platform of Techno Women were able to find some crossing interests, and our key metrics are actually showing that this is for the Techno Woman initiative, for our big association. We are moving in different spheres. If you're interested, go to the website. I'm head of the working group on e-commerce development in the Republic of Kazakhstan and now in Central Asia. It is a very important initiative for women, mostly traders at marketplaces and founders of the online shops are also women. This is very interesting story. We are working with the digital codes, and also we are working with AI and IT and in all the other sectors. Look at our website, you will learn more. We have AKL-TEC and ITIL. AKL-TEC was for the young people younger than 35 years old. ITIL for all women, for females. ITIL more than 11,000 registered participants. It was even earlier than the registration was closed. We were able to say that we had all the slots already occupied, and then we had to open different rounds of registration to reiterate the process. We also with LMS, our partner, and our member. All the speakers were heads of ID companies or successful entrepreneurs who were focusing on three key areas: cybersecurity, financial literacy, and digital entrepreneurship. Digital literacy, where the first basic professions were taught, thanks to that, we were able to achieve great successes. Just a little bit of insights. Well, if we look at the Akeltech about young people, Almaty and Astana, for the young people in these two big cities, they were at the top. In particular, in these two cities, young people were the most active groups. What about women in maternity leave or other women? It was Shymkent and Karaganda mostly. It's an interesting statistics. These data sets were actually created in order to monitor the progress, and in all blocks where we have young people, where we have women, more than 5,000 were able to obtain new professions on a daily basis. We hear back from them. Some of them were in IPAM, some other increase their earnings 3 times after our program. This is statistics like that about the social effect. You probably know that pretty well. Women in IT, women in AI. It's all also into the family economy. Our slogan is women in IT, increasing family economy, increasing GDP and the economic development for the country. Overall, our plan is to expand this program. It's an ongoing program. This year was very successful for us. We believe that we will be going to cover whole Central Asia. We are planning to translate that program into Uzbek language, to conduct it in Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan is another potential candidate for the expansion. Our partners, you can see their logos here, Astana Hub, and also UN, other organizations. That's all I had. Basically, thank you very much. Thank you, Alwa. Well, as you've seen in other countries for the Akeltech IT IL, we are inviting you to participate, and also about the successes of the participants. We would love to learn more about that. Well, now I would like to provide the floor to Alina Abdrahmanova, also the member of the National Commission on Women and Family Demographic Policy and as the President of Kazakhstan, one of the ideologists of ITIL program and Akeltech. She will share some success stories and finalists of the ITIL 2025. 20 inspiring cases. Well, when we are speaking about ITIL, we very often tell about figures, indicators, measurements, and results. But actually, we have real women, mothers, wives, and girls somewhere out there, and they were brave enough, bold enough in order to go for something unknown before. And we have these ladies in this audience. When you see your face on the screen, can you please stand up for us to give you a round of applause? Well, the first alumna, Miss Aynash Kasenova. Today we have just a couple of cases to share. We have a lot more. Aynash worked in education for more than 25 years. That is her quote. And she joined the program when she was 46 years old, and she changed her approaches to education. Now she's at Tech. She is a startupper. She changed her life 180 degrees. It's not that only young girls come and join our program, but also already established professionals also come and join our team. Next, Kamila Gunesh. Kamila, if you're here, can you please wave us? Camila became an entrepreneur, and she has her own project dedicated to women from socially vulnerable groups. It's about learning about AI. She trained more than 1,000 women. It's already an alternative to ITIL already. We are very glad to see such huge achievements. And let's give a round of applause to Camila. Then we have next alumna, Ainur Shamkelova. She works in oil and gas for quite a long time already. During participation in our program, she's saying how the process of the document flow can be optimized using AI. Now she has Cox Sayasat project. She is gathering experience and she is helping to decrease the number of paper in oil and gas sector. Huge and great project, I believe.
Следующая наша выпускница это Айгерим.
Our next graduate is Aigerim Amambaeva, a mother and individual entrepreneur. And thanks to Aigerim having new skills, she is launching new areas of her work. She is now a tester and uses this knowledge in her activities. Janelle, she is 21 and it's a great result. She works now in IPAM, an international IT company. And we are happy that she started this path forward in ITIL program. This is, not, by the way, not the only graduate that works in an international IT company. Sarkenova Aijan, also a beautiful lady. Aijan is currently one of the ambassadors of the ITIL project, and she helps us in working with new participants. She's a mentor, so Aijan is a true ambassador of ITIL. And Nurpisova Aijan, she had a project on the medical data storage. And we talked, and she's using these instruments quite active. So it's great to see that our graduates are changing not only corporate processes, but also work for public good. Jadram is also ITIL graduate. And thanks to her experience with finance, cybersecurity, and so on, she's optimized her planning processes of her life. So it's not only about professional results. There are also cases when our graduates, like Rosalia, also changes their approaches to family management. And Jules Desai has emphasized that we are not just managers at work, we are also managing our families and our family economics. So there are cases like that. Let me also say a few words about Laura. Laura came from PR and media, and thanks to AI, she now has a good, interesting podcast, and she's using AI in content creation. And as Laura says, it saves a lot of time and effort. Bahat came to us as an entrepreneur. She already had a project, FaceFit Nation. Bahat is there. Bahat, we are very happy for you. Bahat came to us when she already had 250,000 followers and users of Fit Nation, and she turned her project into a startup, and it already works on an international level. I think that it has demonstrated exponential growth. Our next graduate is Aigerim Sadekova. Aigerim is in the room, I think. Show yourself. Aigerim has changed her approaches to creating educational content, and Aigerim now combines two roles, freelance web designer and methodology specialist in training programs. So we've got links to their accounts available, so you can already find potential partners. So now our women are able to combine different types of activities and their career. Miruert Yusubova, we are also very happy for her. Miruert is promoting personal brand quite actively, also using AI to create content, to develop methodological guides, creating posts for social media. Sambat, I think I've seen her in the room. Sambat is also one of our graduates. And Sambat's message was very touching. She was a visa manager, and now she works in an international company as a tester in EPAM systems. And she shares proudly that she came into IT sector thanks to ITIL. And she got this job not because of ITIL, because of her dedication, but we were happy to provide support. We've also got Diana. Diana bought a bigger apartment thanks to ITIL because she improved her motivation. She started using her skills. Also got trained in Tekorda on data science, so changed her career path and is a serious IT specialist now. So if you're not motivated enough, think about her. And Tomiris. Tomiris is also one of our graduates. She is currently bringing her projects to international level. She is a speech therapist, and she now develops her online center to help children. So what I'm trying to say that these are just a few of our graduates. And actually, when we discussed this in 2023, speaking about what kind of results we want to achieve, we were looking at it from the standpoint of the impact that we can bring to the community. But when during the first graduation from the program, we saw ladies coming with their families, with their strollers and kids, we saw real people who are inspired. And we understood that this project needs to continue. So we are seeing the number of participants grow. There are more success stories. And what's important is that not only they get professional results, but they gain confidence, they overcome their fear of the new things, and I think this is very valuable. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can see for yourselves that in the IT sector, we can also bring in ladies. Ladies come to the sector and they get new, interesting opportunities. It's not just for young people. It doesn't depend on your additional background. And we invite all of you if you want to participate. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear speakers. Please take your seats. So we've got very interesting presentations during our panel session. And we thank the participants. And we will now do an award ceremony. Using this opportunity, I would like to summarize the ITIL project for 2025. Today we've got here the finalists of the ITIL and Akultech projects, and we invite them to the stage to get the prizes and certificates. For the award ceremony, we invite Lezat Ibragimova, the CEO of Odbasi Bank, and the founder of ISA Education, Christina Weber, and our president of Techno Woman, Aziza Shuzheyeva. So the best finalist, Aidana Murzagaliyeva from Almaty, is awarded with a US training sponsored by ISA Education. A round of applause to our finalists who came from the different regions of Kazakhstan. And our partner, Odbasi Bank, helped us in organizing the visit of our finalists to this forum, and we thank Lezat Ibragimova for that. We would also like to invite to the stage our other finalists, Sabira Sadyova, Zhebek Tlegenova, Zhildas Shanaybekova, Aljan Sharifov, Zinib Kulayjanova, Albina Zinesheva, Nasipa Abdullaeva. We invite all of you. Please proceed to the stage quickly.
Amina Taylanova, Gulmira Байбулатова, Ахмарал Кадырбаева. Также ISA Educational Service дарит на 2 человека.
ISA Educational Service also presents the scholarships for Indicative MBA in Astana, Executive MBA in Astana and Almaty to 2 people. And the US training module, 1 person. Another training for 2 people, certificates for marketing courses, 5 people. Digital competences training. But please give us a round of applause. 100 best graduates will get trainings and during the next training courses sponsored by Astana Hub, Beta Carry, Freelance School, and some others. And you will get a scholarship for 3 people in cyber school. All of these certificates will be sent to you online. Also, using the platform of the Digital Bridge, we would like to thank the organizing committee who worked 24/7 to make sure that the project ITIL and Akultech is interesting and useful. They were mentors, they were providing consultations, supporting them, and were cheering for them. And we invite Zholta Zayas-Kakova to present the letters of appreciation, Deputy Chair of the Committee for Family Affairs under the President of Kazakhstan. And we invite the members of the organizing committee.
Алуа Курпибаева, Лязат Калмуратова, Наталья Абрамова, Кристина Вебер, Айгерам Маштай, Фарида Акшулакова, Анаргуль Миргенова, Айдана Лесова, Алина Абдрахманова, Камила Гуйнеш, Кристина Соболева, Айдана Кутпанова, Асема Салиева, Ирита Абдибаева, Азиза Махаш, Надира Батырбаева, Турсангуль Султангалиева, Аружан Кадыбек, Асылтас Арманова, Лейла Садыкова, Жансая Менлебаева, Бекеш Курмангалиева, Аяулым Аяганова, Алия Уразымбетова, Лейлем Кинчимова, Нагима Набиева, Галия Уразалиева, Илита Яндиева, Балажан Балтабаева и Диана Бахпергенова. Вся комиссия наша, активные девочки. Сонымен қатар осы шара...
This is the whole organizing committee, very active ladies. And we would like to thank everyone who participated in the Techno Women project. Some of the organizers were unable to come, and we will present the letters of appreciation to them as well. Meanwhile, we can give a round of applause to the people who are here.
Панельдік сессиямыз аяқталады. Барлық қатысу.
With that, we end our panel session. We are very grateful to everyone who attended, and the next session will start in 10 minutes.
Жасанды интеллект заманы қарқынды дамып келеді. Бірақ бізді толғандыратын сұрақ, осы технологиялық үдерістердің ішінде біздің ұлттық кодымыз, тіліміз, дініміз, дәстүріміз, ең бастысы отбасылық құндылығымыз қалай сақталады. Міне дәл осы сұрақтар төңірегінде бүгінгі алғашқы панельдік сессиямыз өрбімек. Алғашқы сессияның модераторы Қазақстан Республикасы Ғылым және жоғары білім министрлігінің.
So we will now start the next session. We will have the director of the Department of the Ministry of Education, Olzhas Kurmanbayev, who will be moderating this session, and we will start our next session soon.
5 минуттан кейін сессиямызды
We'll start the session in 5 minutes.
Құрметті бүгінгі форум қатысушылары, біз осымен келесі сессиямызды бастаймыз.
Dear participants of the forum, let us start our next session.
Уважаемые коллеги, присаживайтесь.
Dear colleagues, please take your seats.
Әріптестер.
Құрметті ханымдар, барлықтарымыз орындарымызға жайғасайық. Егер де жаңағы сертификаттарыңызға байланысты түсінбей жатырсаңыздар, сессиядан кейін барлықтарыңыз аласыздар. Дәл қазір орындарымызға жайғасайық. Біз алғашқы панельдік сессиямызға дайындалып жатырмыз. Кликер бар, барлығы бар.
Құрметті қонақтар, сіздерді орындарыңызға жайғасуды сұраймыз. Жақын арада біздің келесі панельдік пікірталасымыз басталады. Уважаемые гости, следующая панель.
Dear guests, our next panel session is dedicated to the topic of use of AI in family economics. Our speakers are Director of the Department for Public Communication and Press Secretary of Ministry of Higher Education and Science, Oljas Birkenbaev. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to this session. We also congratulate those who received their awards today. Now we have the speakers of the session. The first speaker is the CEO of Odbasi Bank, Lazat Ibragimova. Then we have the second speaker, the Dean of the Kazakh National University, Madina Mansurova. Please welcome. Dear speakers and participants, we've got 7 minutes for presentation, and if there will be more questions at the end, we will give an opportunity for that. Dear participants, I am very happy that you came here to this forum. Given that I don't have much time for my remarks, let me actually start by asking the audience. Raise your hands if you own an apartment. It's great that I'm speaking among people who are well off. Raise your hands if you started saving for your own apartment. That emphasizes once again that during a session where we discuss AI, we usually get people with high level of financial literacy. Raise a hand if you've got a deposit in Odbasi Bank. There are always people like that. According to statistics in Kazakhstan, there are over 9.5 million people that are economically active. Of them, 3.3 million already have started a deposit, and I'm very happy that our colleagues in the room are also our clients. Will there be an opportunity to pull up the presentation? If not, it actually makes my life easier. We have 2,500 new deposits daily. So every time when I speak at different sessions and talk about our bank, I always joke that in an hour while I'm attending the session, there are about 300 people who either opened a deposit online or in our branch or through video banking. And 669,732 new deposits have been opened since the beginning of this year. And as I mentioned, daily we do our analysis of our dashboards, and we see that there are 25 to 2,700 new deposits every day. We've already helped 622,000 families in saving for an apartment. As you may know, on average, the family coefficient is 3.8. So in an average family, in an average household, we have about 4 people. If you multiply that by 4, basically 2.5 million people already realize their dream of having a home. And what's even more important is that when one loan is given out, the coefficient of joining deposits is also 4. So basically, to get one loan, most often they pull together 4 deposits. So deposits of 2 family members, parents, sometimes their parents, and sometimes their children. So the ability to save gives us an opportunity to get get loans with low interest rates, regardless of the situation on the market. As you may know, right now the base rate is 16.5, and when you see deposits advertisement on the screen, Home Credit, for instance, gives you 19%, other banks 17 to 18% interest rate for your deposits, but our rates remain the same. And often people think that it's because of the subsidies from the government, but actually no, this is an advantage of a closed loop system. What does it mean? There are 2 models of the housing savings. The French open model, when the government basically says that all banks can do housing loans, and the closed system, when a special institution is selected, they are getting a mandate, but they aren't allowed to do anything else. And in this closed model, the risks are minimized. So the deposits that you put into the bank, the money that you invest, you can be sure that they are only issued for loans to the same people who have deposits in the bank. We don't provide loans to SMEs. We don't do any venture investment. We don't provide loans to developers. So basically, many risks in the bank are eliminated because we don't perform any other functions. We don't issue loans, consumer loans. So therefore, in our bank, the NPA is 0.1. So only 1 in 1,000 employees will have a non-performing loan. We issue at least 190 loans per day, and starting next year, we started doing additional work, and I'd like to thank the Ministry of Education and Higher Education for their support. You know that we also have a savings system for education, a call, when people start thinking about the future of their children and they open educational deposits. And each bank can give a certain rate, for example, 14% a year for this deposit, and the government pays premium. This is a specialized premium, and it goes on the specialized deposit of a child. So 7% if you have low income, and more, like especially if you come from a vulnerable group of population. Thus, it's possible to save up for a good quality of education. Also, it's important to understand that with time, education will be a powerful and an expensive asset. I'm probably one of the last people who received their education free of charge. There is a village Bestubia, not far from Stepnogorsk, with the gold mine. We had 3 schools in this village. There was 1 school for 8th grades and 1 Kazakh school, 3 Russian-speaking schools. This was a brilliant school when it comes to the level of training. Let me give you an example. In the 9th and 10th grade, we had additional classes of chemistry, and we used Glinka's textbooks of the overall theory of chemistry. And then I noticed that the same textbooks are used at the 1st and 7th first and second year at university. Soviet School of Education had a lot of disadvantages, but the main advantage is the high level of education that was provided equally, whether this person is located in a small village or in a big city. Right now, you can see it. You can see it if you look at your children or your friends. Now there are different schools. There are higher end schools, there are commercial schools, there is NIS, and there are just general public schools. And each school is a part of the rating that parents keep track of. And it is believed that public schools offer average or below average level of education. More and more education invest a lot into education. I think it would be hard to imagine back in our time. We didn't even have tutors. I studied in a rural school, and one teacher, history teacher, noticed me, said, "You have such great storytelling skills. Come see me." And I would stay here in the afternoon, and we would read together about statehood and political legacy of Lenin. And my mom always said, "Why do you keep seeing this teacher? Give her some sour cream, give her some pastry," as a way of thanking her. None of the teachers really took any additional money for these lessons. They just wanted to share the knowledge that they have. Right now, the system of education is a whole industry. It's the industry with net revenue. It starts with kindergartens, with preschool education. I am a grandma myself. My granddaughter is 4 years old, and her parents spend as much on her education as one earns in 1 month as an average Kazakh. And I said that none of my children cost me that much. The world is changing and economic system is changing. Education will be really expensive with time, so we should open deposits and save money. Government of our country, following our president, will launch Kilishek project. This is help and support to families in which parents opened a deposit before a child turned 5, and they started saving a little bit of money, 5,000, 10,000 tenge. These children will receive, all children will receive just over 25,000. If a child is an orphan, then the state gives 471,000. And with time, so 5 to 18 years, this number will grow exponentially. Thank you very much. I think my time ran out. I just want to say we have a lot of digital opportunities. We have online platforms, and I just wanted to say that our chat bot, Koanish, uses the technologies of Amazon Web Service. These are one of the leaders of AI introduction, and I'm proud that our guys who introduced it are also graduates of Nazarbayev University. We brought them to this Amazon service. They showed this project to several companies, and all the developers received job offer, and now they're in Tashkent. I'm happy for them from the bottom of my heart. One of them came from Kızılar'da, the other one from Kintau. They're both in Tashkent. They do great work. If you're interested, feel free to come see me, get my contact information, and if you have some people with great potential and with the desire to truly work and change something for the lives of people with the deposits in our bank, we can think about cooperation. We're working on the voice assistant based on AI, and I just wanted to say that we're available in WhatsApp, in Telegram, which is very convenient as a way of communication, and we will continue that. And again, education is the foundation for it all. So I hope that all those who are here today understood the saying that I always mention. People have three dreams. First, a person wants to be healthy. Second, person wants to be educated. And third, a person wants to have their own apartment. So an educated person will always be able to buy an apartment and be in charge of their health. So education is the first part. Thank you very much, Lizat. May all these dreams come true for our participants. Our next speaker, and actually, do we have any questions to Lizat? Maybe we can do it at the end of the session. Next speaker, Madina. Dear colleagues, dear participants of Digital Bridge Forum, I'm happy to be a speaker at this great platform. I represent Kazakh National University named after Al-Farabi. I'm a graduate of this university, and I'm the head of the Department of AI. For me, it's a great challenge, but I always participate in the events that talk about AI, and I listen to the speakers that are already on the labor market with great results. Now, I would like to show you our AI agent, AI Mama Care. So it's an agent that can support young mothers 24/7. We have already heard the statistics today, but I will just brief you that after the child delivery, the women can often have depression. There are some cases that moms are single, and usually doctors can be found in big cities. And so after the delivery, women go to work, but they might still feel isolated and depressed. Our country supports young mothers, financially. According to the labor code, the job is kept during maternity leave, and delivery can be offered free of charge, and medical services to the newborn. We have heard about support and accommodation for children. So it's possible to increase one's qualification and find a job. Quite often, young mothers lack support as far as the postpartum recovery, and mothers need personalized support. So 24/7. Our data is based on evidence-based medicine. So doctors from Svendyarov University are our partners. In order for AI tools to give good responses, we need to make sure that we rely on trustworthy resources. And that is exactly what the doctors give us. So it's possible to develop a user profile. So, for example, one day there might be one set of questions, another day another set of questions. Lab tests can be uploaded, and we have this agent-based approach, which is developing very fast. The profile will be put together, and the next time there is a prompt, the response will be generated based on previous demands. This app can be used not only by moms, but also the dads. So anybody who helps the mothers with recovery. Thanks to this agent, to this app, you can create community
and mothers can share their insights, the questions that we have. Our system allows for that. And right now, AI is actively used in clinical practice, but mostly focus is put on automation of lab tests and medical cards, showing statistics and doing visualization. We put focus on the app that can support young mothers. We showed who is the user. It's the young mom who is also part of this process. Could be nurses, could be other medical workers. They can analyze the work of the system and provide new data. And maybe this system gives a very general response, so additional data can help with more specialized response. You can see all the main capability. There can be semantic search. We send the request and we have database of knowledge, so knowledge base. There are many different books, publications, articles about breastfeeding, about postpartum recovery, so all the aspects related to postpartum for young mother. So when the request comes, the relevant response must be found. So the search is done within the knowledge base. And then there is reasoning act. So the search is done based on the analysis of request and the idea is as to how to respond and also some actions. Later I will show you the sequence of all these actions. Within the project we have 3 goals. So physical recovery, taking care of newborn, and safety. Using medication the right way. We also see the architecture. I'm not going to talk about every step, but large language models are very popular right now. Many vendors offer it. The language models that we use are multi-language, and you can use the materials in various languages. In our case, it was Russian, Kazakh, and English. And of course, medical materials in Kazakh are not so widely available, and so these models allow us to widely use the existing knowledge base. Embedded models is exactly the example of semantic search. Models can be multi-language ones, so regardless of the language, the search can be done. Next, you see the sequence. First, there is a request. Sorry, you don't have much time. So, planning, understanding the goal, search throughout database, and then if there is a need for clarification, that can happen. Then if, let's say, the response is incomplete, then there can be another iteration of search. And if we use it just like ChatGPT, we might get just general responses. But when we do it based on the knowledge base, it can be done more professionally. So here is interface, and now university, thanks to our project SDGH 200. And we have our own plans for development. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Madina. Please take your seat. Next, I would like to move to Q&A session. Sometime later, maybe just in a couple times, we will be able to see the result. You see many aspects, and if something doesn't quite work out, we need to finalize it at our level. but this app is available in 3 languages. Unfortunately, the questions are not asked using the microphone, so interpreters cannot hear the questions. We have an OBGYN word within our Asfendiyarov University, and this idea is the product of the collective efforts. We have some experts who know how to support young mothers, so medicine and AI got together, and this is the product we ended up with. Another question without the microphone.
Actually, I'm also working on a similar system right now, but I'm putting more emphasis on relactation to help children who are almost fully on formula and mothers don't have enough breast milk. I think things that you are doing is similar to what I do. Well, we could collaborate. It's a great platform for people to listen to each other and then have collaboration ideas. We could join efforts and work on both ends. Okay, I'll meet you after the session. Thank you. Next question. I'd like to add that what Medina talked about, being an OBGYN, Sabira is an OBGYN who is specialized in delivery, so you could have this whole ecosystem. That's the future of Kazakhstan, of course, younger babies. What other apps? What other apps are you working on? We have an app for higher education, that's the enrollment office, admissions. Recently, I participated in the parliament meeting where there was statistics presented that in 2 or 3 years there can be up to 1 million students enrolling. So it's very important to develop services for students that are AI-based. Advisors can provide services now, but it's too complicated. So for admissions, we are working on an app and also want to have an assistant for the students at the university because they will have a lot of questions. Also, our journalism school uses AI quite actively because they work with text and audio. They need to do fact-checking to avoid misinformation. And there are visualizations where we can follow trends. So these are the 3 projects that we are working on. This app for mothers, is it fee-based? We haven't considered that yet because I'm a university person. For us, the most important thing is to do that. We've got students, PhD students, talented researchers. So we are working on this academic part first, but we'll consider the payment with partners. Question to Lazat. We heard about AI. Board member from Samruk Kazina. What about Odbasi Bank? Will you do the same? In our governing bodies, we have 5 people. Yesterday, you heard about this AI as independent director as the board member, but I think that Samruk Kazina first has to resolve the issue of the gender diversity of the board. In the whole history of Samruk Kazina, only 2 people headed the boards and were also CEOs. So Lazat Ibragimova, until we were transferred to Baytereka in Damu, and my great colleague Asel Janasova. These are the only ones. Asel was the Kaspost CEO. So when I saw that they are now introducing AI board member, and I saw that they selected a female avatar for that AI, my first thought was, do they think that the virtual woman would be more agreeable than the real woman, although there are big McKinsey studies that demonstrate that the more you have diversity in the board in terms of ages, you should have both 60-year-olds and 30-year-olds on the board, because they will have different values, different categories of thinking, and then when developing decisions, some of them will be more cautious, some of them will be willing to take risks, but at least the decisions would be made in a mindful manner. Then all the executive bodies and also boards of directors, in addition to having age diversity, they need to have gender diversity, just like the society does. This type of inclusivity will ensure that the decisions that are made, especially when allocating huge financial resources, will be most transparent and fair. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Good afternoon. I have a question to Lazat. Well, suggestion and a question. You're one of a few high-level officials in Kazakhstan that is seeing the Kazakhstan's development through a global lens. I've been following you for 10 years, worked in Damu when you were there, and you now represent government bodies. And the Women Tech Forum is also a civil society initiative. Now you've mentioned an important issue of education, that this is now becoming a business. And the goal of the business is always profits. You now talked about the Soviet system of education. So I suggest to bring together Ministry of Education, Kazakh National University, the ministries, and create an assistant for the young people, AI assistant, to demonstrate all of the advantages presented by the Odbasi Bank. Like even the Kelishek program that you've mentioned, I've heard about it for the first time right now. Although I have 3 kids, I'll definitely open a deposit. But you need to talk more about the programs. Then there will be opportunities to increase birth rates, because more families will be created. And maybe people will decide on their partner based on whether they have a deposit with you or not. Again, reminiscing about the Soviet time, my parents were married when they were students. So now it's more difficult to do because they won't have a place to live. So we need to combine this creative effort and start a big project. So I wanted to, I urge you to sign a memorandum right here, and I gave you the idea for that. Thank you very much. I think the issue of financial literacy is probably one of the top problems in our society. As you may know, the National Bank is now doing a lot to combat fraud. Raise your hands if one of the people you know got conned by fraudsters. That would be about 30% of the audience. In National Bank, they now have the anti-fraud center. When they assign a status of fraudulent accounts based on some criteria, and you won't even imagine how many young people are now coming to the bank because they're getting this status. So 18, 19-year-olds just tell us stories when my friend asked me to have a few transactions through my card so that his aunt can pay for a dress in Russia, and in 6 months these accounts are labeled as fraudulent. So the biggest problem, the biggest number of droppers are young people, most often students, And most often these are students who come from small towns to large cities to study, because those who live at home, they can always ask parents for money. But when you're living in a dorm and you need money fast, then you just go out in the hall of a dorm room and you ask for advice, and there will always be a fraudster around who will suggest how to make a quick buck, saying that, oh, that's money for my aunt and so on. But then a year later you try to get a job and it turns out that you're already labeled as a fraudster. I think you're right. Thank you for this question. As Odbasy Bank, well, I showed you our chatbot already, and it's doing great because it can now respond in 3 to 4 seconds to standard questions that we get through the call center. So 97% of the dialogue can already be done without an operator. You can ask like Bahate Odbasy programs for military personnel and so on. If they understand that this query is highly specific, when they are asking about our calculated indicators and so on, then it will switch you to the operator. Right now, it covers thousands of chats already per month, and next month, hopefully, it will process 500,000 queries. And we've made it easier and for people. Next step, I think you're right. We need to develop an AI assistant related to financial literacy matters, so that people who want to ask questions, some of them might be ashamed of asking these questions or addressing someone else, but they can ask the questions in the chatbot and they will get a consult. This might save some people from unwise decisions. Thank you very much, dear participants, colleagues. With that, we will end this session. We are out of time. Thank you for your attention. Dear speakers, Lazat, Madina, thank you. That was very interesting and very useful. We thank the moderator and the speakers. Thank you for coming. You're doing important work. Good luck with all of that. You've expressed interesting experience, and we wish you all the best in your work. And please proceed to your seats.
Жаным, жасанды интеллектті үйрен. Құралдарын батыл қолдан. Жұмыста да, өмірде де белсенді бол.
Біз технология ғасырында өмір сүріп жатырмыз, бірақ өз төп тамырымызды ұмытпаймыз. Жасанды интеллект дамып жатқанда біз үшін маңыздысы қазақтың ұлттық кодының сол жүйелерде сақталуы. Адам қолымен жасалған, ал оның жаны біздің мәдениетімізде. Келесі панельдік сессияның тақырыбы жасанды интеллекттің
The topic of the next panel session is can artificial intelligence be integrated into the national code? Can the national code become part of the AI? And we'll have the chairperson of the Center for Development of Digital Economy as the moderator, Bugesh Kurmangaliyeva. Good luck with the session.
Рахмет. Қайырлы күн, құрметті біздің панельдік сессия қатынасушылар. Кішкене отыруыңызды сұраймын. Отыра берейін бе? Да, ничего.
Осы панельдік сессияның спикер...
We invite the speakers of today's panel session. Ayjan, Medina, Yelena, please come to the stage.
Итак, раз. Это, кажется, связи нет. Раз. О, сейчас я потом передам. Что-то так неудобно сидит. Ага. Құрметті біздің панельдік қатынасушылар.
Dear participants of the panel session, maybe the topic of our today's session is difficult to comprehend, but very important. And dear colleagues, together with our distinguished speakers, we decided to talk about a very important topic. And we've been discussing AI for 2 days already, and in various sessions of the forum, different technologies were considered. And at the same time, I think that the topic of how AI will be localized and how we will be able to integrate our national identity in this AI, although it might seem some abstract philosophical concept, that is actually a very deep topic that economic and social implications. So let's start our brainstorm on this topic. Let's discuss it. Maybe our ideas and thoughts can be presented to the newly organized ministry and its leadership, the Deputy Prime Minister, because we need to conduct a lot of activities to ensure this work with the government, with business. And the reason why we came up with this idea, we talked with our colleagues for a long time about it. Today, we are all working with fundamental models, but they were developed by big tech companies that are mostly residents of the US. Some in Europe, some in China. And these fundamental models contain, and they were trained using English language, American content, or Chinese content. And they certainly inherit the mentality and culture and values of the people where that content came from. And for us, for Central Asia, this might be, yes, presenting opportunities on the one hand, because AI has become our reality. And it's not just technology. It's already new reality that we are experiencing, and we'll have to live with it. But the question is how we stay true to ourselves, our culture, our traditions. So let's discuss it. And first, I'd like to give the floor to the candidate of philosophical sciences, philosopher and head of the Center for AI and Society Studies, Ayjan Utulova. So she will talk to you about it. Dear colleagues, friends, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Techno Women and Aziza Shujeva and Bikesh for inviting me to speak at this very important event. So without further ado, let's get to the point. Can you turn on the video? So let's talk. What's national identity? Let's start there. Let's talk about the definition of national identity. It probably includes 3 main pillars. First is the 7 fathers, Ata concept, the 7 generation of ancestors. I won't go into it too much because that's a different topic in itself, but this is about responsibility and intergenerational responsibility. You being accountable to your ancestors and you're being responsible for future generation. I could talk a lot about this topic, but I don't have much time. And I would also like to mention the nomadic lifestyle. And in order to lead a nomadic life, you needed a strong generation. So I will talk about the 7 fathers a little. In order to have a strong generation, you need strong kids. And that's why there was a lot of attention to the purity of relationship. But that's just one pillar. The second pillar of the national identity is the language and culture. What is language? This is prose, poems, and among nomads, this was mostly verbal storytelling culture. And the nomadic culture had this intrinsic philosophy of freedom. And they passed on their traditions and customs. This is the second pillar of the national identity. And the third pillar is the values, our values. And this is harmony with nature, harmony with the society and oneself. All these people together are, all these things together are called the national code. This is the memory, the language, symbols, and values. You see, it's a symbol. You need to have a symbolical thinking to understand that. Why is that important? It's important for AI and for algorithm. Algorithms learn based on data. We just heard that unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, it's just the reality that we use the Western platforms because it all emerged there. In order to develop our area, it's important to introduce this code into AI. All this data becomes true capital. And if we look at Microsoft, Microsoft says we lack data. We need a lot of data. And unfortunately, not everyone is ready to share this data. Whereas we are happy to respond. So, again, as I said, data is capital, true capital of our country. We will need to train the algorithm. It will give a great impetus for the development of creative industry.
And if we don't do it in a serious way, then our national identity will be washed away. And the wash away of national identity can lead to washing away of national borders. So it's a grave matter. That's why the center that we opened carries out research activities in order to understand how and where this data can be collected. You know, there is a gap between the new and the old generation, between alpha and baby boomers and millennials. We are those dinosaurs that are dying out. We were born in the middle of last century, but we are probably the last generation today that lived in pre-digital era. So there's digital and after digital. Talking about data and talking about national identity, we don't have that many people who would carry on all this data. I mean, all the verbal traditions, our famous Akins that have their battles of songs. We need to make sure we collect all these assets and then introduce it into the future. In this case, we won't just get a translation for the sake of translation into the Kazakh, but we will be able to show symbols to the people. The symbol of steppe, the symbol of wind. You know, if you speak pure Kazakh, it's very tasty, it's very juicy. And when you translate it, it loses the taste. Oh, my time is up. I got carried away. Two more words about the time we live in. Digital era is a new era, is a new way of thinking, whether we want it or not. We call it stitch of thinking. So neurons and neural networks get together. Thank you. I will finish with that. Thank you very much. We had a little bit of philosophy. Now we will move on to practical steps. Talking about data accumulation, which is an important step to train these models. And make sure that we receive the results that is truly Kazakh. I will ask Madina to talk about it. She's the Deputy Director of Smart Systems Institute from Nazarbayev University. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the speakers and the moderator. I hope my speech will be interesting. My name is Abdurrahmanova Madina. I represent a big team. We also have a stand downstairs. Feel free to come see us. I would like to talk about how we embed identity of our nation into AI. We were created in 2019, and since 2019 we've been developing data and models. We're the first one to digitalize the Kazakh language. And all this data was available in open access. Yandex Alina was also trained on our data. A lot of work was done, as you can see, over these years. In 2024, we got a new task. Create a new model. So we developed Kazakh LLM that we presented to the head of the state. This model was presented to society. Any of you can now download this model on your laptop and then use it for your project development. As mentioned, the Kazakh language since our ancestors were nomads, so our language is reflected in our speech. And KazLM means Kazakh Large Language Model. It uses textual data. And it lives and breathes, but we still lack some data. It was actually really hard to find the Kazakh language in the text version, so we worked with leading institutes all around Kazakhstan. So when the project came to an end in 2024, we started using the new model, the model that unites different modality. Our world is multimodal. We can see through our eyes, we can hear through the ears. You can see only part of our products right now, the models that are available. We also wanted to look at this translation from Kazakh and into Kazakh. And we understand that AI can, of course, demonstrate the way of thinking of their creators. If we use Yandex or OpenAI, there's nothing bad about it. But we will just see the reflection of our founders, whether we come from Russia, CIS, China. If it's okay for your product, for some types of products for education, maybe for government, it is not okay. So we started looking at how to create this type of data, how to create these models, how to manage them, how to create hardware. On this slide, I'm showing some of our models, and I will just talk about two of those. Everything starts with data, which is something we need to collect. So here I urge all of you, if you want Kazakhstan to have more models with our identity, you should work on Kazakhstani Wikipedia. Wikipedia in any language is the starting point for all the researchers across the world. Unfortunately, Wikipedia in Kazakh is very boring. It lacks audio, it lacks pictures, text. So if you're interested in volunteering, if you truly want this to develop further, we cover actually a lot. Education, biology, healthcare, environment, and so on and so forth. Find the page that you're interested in and create it. And thus all the language models, not just the ones that we create, but all the other ones will know about it. And what do we lack in data? It just shows restricted view of Kazakhstan. And our goal as the native speakers of this language to create the content that can be introduced into language and other models. We also show hardware. There are three pillars. Data, they can be created, and we lack data. There are people. Kazakhstan is a young nation. Our team is very young. Basically, we were all born in independent Kazakhstan. And of course, we share the view of independent Kazakhstan. They studied both in Kazakhstan and abroad. But we lack hardware. Thanks to the ministry, thanks to the president, now many universities have supercomputers. But we need to understand, and Lena will show that, if we want to create solutions that are more centered on business, we need to create models that are optimized for certain type of hardware. The third type is how to put together a machine using something you can buy off commercial shelves. So you buy spare parts, and then you create an interesting model. It's important to think about the launch of the models. And again, our institute is ready to do that. We're also happy to share our experience so that more people know about this, and then we could depend less on our other suppliers. One of the examples is Oila. Once we finished KazLM, we moved to other platforms. We wanted to work on visual, on speech. This is another variation of our model we have different functionality. I kindly ask you to join our playground. I understand that this model works in such a way that your data cannot be leaked. Next model is Benile. Those who use OpenAI or maybe other models show our Kazakhstan as well as a part of Asia. They mix us with Asia. Because for US, we just represent big cluster of Asia. And so when we ask about Kazakh symbols or ornament, we just miss out because the model doesn't know what Kazakhstan is. And you know, there are one of the best models from Google, and these are just examples of our models that we created in our Institute of Smart Systems and AI within Nazarbayev University, just to show that our developers can develop cutting-edge models, and we're happy to teach others. We always look for new talent, and we will develop our models and see how we can create data and how we can store them on servers and share this experience. Thank you. Thank you, Madina. I think you inspired everyone, and now everybody will go to your institute. Be aware of that. And this will not be implemented if business doesn't support it. It is the business that is in charge of economy. So, Elena Sedych, I will give you the floor. Please tell us how business views localization, LM, and AI. What do you expect in the future? Elena, please. Could you start my presentation? Good afternoon. While my presentation is being loaded, I will say a couple words why I speak on this topic today. I'm an investor. At least that's one of my roles. Some of my investments were into Snowflake quite a while ago, and right now this is a leading company, and you might have heard about it, and if you haven't, do read about it. It will be quite interesting. There is a QR code that will lead you to my LinkedIn if you need my contact data. Today I want to talk about application in business. What's the whole hype about? Around AI, investors started investing because it has a high ROE. And who's interested in ROE? That's business. The models that exist today, the fundamental ones, don't bring great value yet. It is the business that gives the value once there is the end product, when there is higher effectiveness of team, of company, of personnel. On this slide, we see three, or actually four different dimensions of introducing AI, from simple to more complicated. First is automation of a business process. It's a routine business process. We saw at today's forum there are several chats and several companies. Next level is a little bit more difficult. It's personalization. If you can offer personalized product to a great number of people, for example, Netflix. A third level is operational innovations, operational models, where it's not just one routine task that's automated, but there are some other functions that can lead to the reduction of costs. First is business innovation. So when AI is already introduced, then it no longer needs monitoring by humans. Let's look at what was done over the last 2.5 years. So you see terminology of risk, of fraud, but actually financial sector is ahead of everybody else. And financial sector has to store and protect the data, which is done in a very structured way. Next sector is HR. It is a basic level screen, interview, onboarding, some analysis maybe. Medical sector showed good results, including diagnosis. You might remember that sometimes we can have some great results. But if we look at MRI or CT, for sure that will be done by AI exclusively in the future. The other thing I wanted to underline, it's been only 2.5 years. There are many publications, many articles right now about new pharmaceuticals. But in order to discover those, you need to try hundreds and hundreds of various combinations. It would take always a long time, it costs a lot, but with AI, it can be done much faster. And now we're seeing vaccines against cancer, and we're seeing new ways to treat diabetes, for example. It will take a couple years of testing, but nevertheless, we see the results already. Retail sector is already the one that's lagging behind more than others if we talk about operational activity, because we don't have enough data. But how is it already used? It's about forecasting sales, demand, and management of your stock. And of course, production, manufacturing. It is not the most advanced ones when it comes to AI, but it will get there anyway. And there is also support, so it's better to offer support and forecast and provide good quality than respond to something that has already happened. And of course, robotization of all processes, but it will not done in an equal or even way. I will skip some slides, but all of these slides are available, and some more ideas about industry, which is where AI is mainly used. I will talk about this slide, and you can read more about it on your own.
This is the technical component of how we introduced AI, what the issue was. The first two columns are basically different options of use when you take a large model and you apply it to your own data. So this is the applicational layer. It processes your own data, and there is an issue there. And the issue was that, first, it's the matter of confidentiality. Large companies sometimes don't want to share their data with a large model. And the second is the national peculiarity, national identity issue, because people who buy certain goods in the US, there are patterns that are available, let's say, in ChatGPT, might be different, and people are buying things differently here. So it's not applicable for marketing in the same manner that it's used in ChatGPT. So basically, ChatGPT is a white Western male, because that's the data he learned from. And there is less Asian woman in ChatGPT than a white male. Second way is when you take a model. You take the model, you put it into their servers, and then on the level of code, you need to train it. And this is expensive from the standpoint of servers. And there is a lack of specialists, and not everyone can afford it. So what did it lead to? So where are we now? 78% of the companies now say that they're using AI, and 70% at the same time say that their projects failed and 30 have been abandoned. Only 1% say that we are ready, we will finish that. And only 12% of the company say that they are currently ready to implement AI. 48% said that they experienced data-related challenges of not having data or having the wrong data, insufficient data, and so on. And where are 40% of the companies? They're still experimenting. So 47 are at the implementation stage. 12 are scaling it up, and only 1% have implemented it and are optimizing it. That's the current situation. These are the reasons that we looked at. Unfortunately, we are out of time. These were very interesting numbers, but time has come to the end. Let me talk about the future and specialization first. A year ago, an issue of data was raised to ensure correct outcomes, outputs, and to avoid hallucinations and ensure the quality of data for the AI to work effectively. So what are we seeing now in terms of trends? First of all, there are now small language models created. So OpenAI and DeepSeek, for instance, are large language models. As we've seen, they require huge servers. They've got a lot of data. And we came to a stage when we can actually reduce the number of data, and then we'll need less capacities. And we can create smaller language models that would satisfy the needs of the businesses. At the same time, they won't require the same costs as an LLM. They're faster. You don't need as much money to invest. It's easy to localize by uploading the information that you actually need and from the data of a specific country. And the last trend is the increase in productivity of the capacities. Medina showed an interesting example that you can actually build a small server buying things from a commercial shop. But in a year or two, AI will be localized to our laptops. NVIDIA has already issued a laptop like that in test version with several petaflops, $3,500. And you can already upload your own model there, especially if it's a small language model. That's where the issue of cost, identity, and confidentiality will be resolved. Thank you. We do have a lot of questions, but we have to thank our speakers for the discussion. Unfortunately, because we are out of time, we'll have to interrupt the panel session there. And let's give our speakers a round of applause. We thank the speakers.
Сейчас мы объявляем короткий перерыв. Сразу.
We'll now have a short break, and right afterwards we will start the keynote speech by Paul Kim.
Заместителя декана и технического директора
Deputy Dean and Technical Director of the Stanford Higher School of Education. Please stay tuned.
Cada minuto mood bizde energy resurs alып беру үйге тапсырма саған ұйқыны жеңу міне бүгінгі күнде кіріп келдесің теуіп
Whether at sea or in remote areas, for first response or long-term deployment, to empower enterprises and SMEs, to manage welfare programs and offer advanced hospitality. Get the most out of your satellite experience. Intuitive, agile, future-ready. Explore OptiView, your ultimate gateway to network management. Full visibility of your SATCOM connectivity. Track subscription details, monitor link status, and unlock advanced features like GPS location and path tracking. Comprehensive bandwidth insights. Gain a deeper understanding of bandwidth usage with advanced analytics. Advanced filtration management. Adjust access in real time. With OptiView, you can control filters remotely, applying restrictive or open profiles as the situation demands. Segregating operating environments.
На английском я говорю.
Попроси всех людей, дорогие участники, просим освободить сцену.
Дорогие гости, просим.
Dear guests, first of all, we ask everyone to leave the stage, and we'll start our keynote speech soon. Please turn off your mobile phones or turn them to silent.
Участники, модераторы, спикеры, просим, чтобы вы садились на свои места. Сейчас мы уже начинаем keynote speech.
Просим всех слушателей занять свои места. Dear guests, our keynote speech is How to Create AI Startups. Please welcome Chief Technology Officer and Associate Dean at Stanford Graduate School of Education, Paul Kim.
Приглашаем на сцену нашего уважаемого эксперта из США, профессора, автора уникального.
We invite our esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Paul Kim, to the stage and welcome to Kazakhstan.
Okay, is this working now? Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paul Kim, and this is my second time to Astana. I see a lot of energy and enthusiasm about AI, and so I'm so excited to be here as well. I hope to share just a little bit about what I have done, and hopefully maybe we can work together and collaborate. The main topic, the takeaway, is ask good questions. We need to ask good questions, okay? So I'm an advisor to Robo Ventures, Lumos Capital, and I've been an advisor to Udemy, which is a ed tech company. I have founded some organizations. I've worked for World Bank as well, obviously, 25 years at Stanford University as well. When you see this photo, what comes to your mind? What kind of questions come to your mind when you see this photo? I played with this little robot dog, very smart. I can talk with the dog. As you can see, the kids are engaged in conversing with the dog. What comes to your mind? What kind of questions comes to your mind when you see this photo? Have you played with anything like this? Not yet? Not yet. It will come. It will come, and you will want this. You will want this, I promise, because you will love it. What can this dog do? This dog can teach kids English. This dog could be used as a security guard. This dog could be your mental support. Then, do we want the real dog or this dog? We'll get confused. What if we have these dogs running around all of us all the time? It'll be very interesting because these dogs will be listening and memorizing everything that you say. So think about what will happen. I bet in a year or so, you will see this in your home. You can buy this. It's cheaper than your mobile phone. So I think the question is, what questions come to your mind when you see something like this? New phenomena happening in our society, okay? So I'm in the education space, and I've been in the education space for many, many years. And AI in education global market is going to be rapidly growing as well. So education is the second largest industry in the world, next to the healthcare. You're looking at a boy whose name is Leo. He is only fifth grade, elementary school. And he's showing me cosine similarity on the screen. He's playing with AI as an elementary school student. If you have children, probably third graders can play with this AI. He came up with this question. Everybody starts with a question. He came up with a question: can we design a solution that uses AI to help farmers in poor areas of Africa lift themselves out of poverty? It's kind of interesting question as a child, but he can ask ChatGPT, hey, I want to do something, I want to build something, how do I do it? Turn it into some code. And the ChatGPT nicely converts that question into coding very quickly. And then he uses a tool called the Replit. How many of you have used Replit? A few of you. Do you like it? Yeah, all right. So he just copy paste into Replit, and this is what happens. He just type in build and deploy, and the rest, it's up to them. It does everything. It checks the codes, it generates the codes, and takes the screenshots of the app, how it should look in the front end, and how it should be designed in the back end. Everything is done by AI for you. All you had to do was come up with a good, simple question, and it just runs the whole simulation by itself. He developed a swarm drone technology to survey the land, to find water, minerals, and fertile soils and everything. And the drones fly all over the land and then come back when it runs out of battery and go back and deploy it and so forth, back and forth. What an amazing solution this fifth grader was able to come up with. The reason that I am showing you this case of a work by fifth grader means if a fifth grader can do it, you should be able to do it way better, right? Yes, yes, yes. So we are living in a very exciting moment. This is a very exciting time. A fifth grader can come up with AI-powered farming drone swarm exploration system. I don't know what that fifth grader will be doing when he goes to college. That's a scary thought, isn't it? So imagination is creation. If you can imagine, you can create, because AI can develop it for you. So you got to have a creative inquiry, and that is the fuel for innovation, and we need a lot of questions. Google, a while back, started with a system that allows all the employees of the company to ask questions freely. They came up with a system called a Dory, the name of the fish, the blue fish in the movie Finding Nemo, which forgets everything and asks questions again and again. That's exactly what the CEO of Google wanted to do. And Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google, said, we run this company, Google, on questions, not answers. Answers are there, but you need to come up with the questions. You, every single one of you, need to come up with a question. To me, this is what I'm saying to educators. In the age of AI, you must be able to ask a foundational question. Foundational question means a question that has not been asked by anybody else. You are the first one to ask that very important question, that very creative question. Because if you have that creative question, that will lead to not only learning, but change and innovation. So I came up with a project called SMILE, Stanford Mobile Inquiry-Based Learning Environment. And the whole platform is designed to help everybody to come up with creative questions. You may not have creative questions, you may not be used to creating creative questions in schools, but using this system, the system helps you refine your questions so that the question becomes more creative over time. And I have done research around this and introduced this tool to many different countries. You're looking at a shopping mall in Twin Tower, the Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I don't know if you've been to the Twin Tower, you will see a big screen where you can type in your creative question. There's a question competition. They're opening up to the public to come up with a creative question. A very interesting concept. And I was able to collect over 30,000 people generating questions using AI and see if AI is helping people become more creative, getting the question to be more creative. My research which is published as a paper. You can Google it and then find it. It says, does AI really help students become more creative? Yes, AI does help students come up with a creative question. That creative question is a fuel for innovation. So once you log into smile.stanford.edu, you will find a way to create groups and activities and generate questions and so forth. And so someone like can ask a question like this. What are the key indicators that a startup CEO should monitor, and blah, blah, blah. The AI looks at the question and says, hey, your question quality is 8.5 out of 10. It's a level 4 question out of 6. You can do this better. And then the AI gives you ways to improve your question, make it even more creative. So you try again, and your questions become more creative, more relevant, and you can turn that question into a product, solution, invention, and innovation. And if you're tired of setting up the group and activity, just let the AI handle it. AI will create the group activity and initial questions about a topic that you might be interested in. You might be interested in rapid prototyping or valuation of the company. Just give the topic. It will create a group for you. So you can invite your friends to come and discuss together by sharing your questions and evaluating the questions. Just like the way that Google did 10 years ago. We're doing it in a more intelligent way. They were doing it only by humans, but now with the help of AI, this whole process of creating a question is more innovative. So here is the QR code. Take a photo and get there, sign up, put your name, password, and you will go to this group activity where you will be able to join and create questions. You may be, you can come up with questions about what I'm talking about today, or questions that will help build Kazakhstan, the next generation of innovator in the age of AI. So you can do that. So here are my ways of creating a new startup. You got to figure out a way to, what are the questions that come to your mind? Earlier I showed you that dog robot. What question did it help you come up with? Remove inefficiencies. What does that mean? Reduce waste, reduce time waste or parts, or make it more efficient. Improve a process. Can you make it go faster, more accurate? And noble combinations. How do you fusion, exercise fusion? Or mission-driven goals. You may be interested in creating medical drones that will fly and deliver medical products or prescribed medicine, or drug discovery. Reapply technology. Borrow ideas from one industry to another, and that is an innovation as well. So what questions come to your mind when you look at these criteria? That is what we need to get used to if we are interested in starting a new startup. Another way to look at this whole innovation and startup are these different lenses. Temporal lens, like the dog robot that I showed you, it will become a norm for everyone in few years. Then what happened? Time-based lens. In 5 years, a lot of people will be selling accessories for robot dogs, I promise. A lot of people will be selling all kinds of things that you can attach to robot dogs, robot cats, that will be running and walking and working as your emotional supporter or security guard or your language teacher who can practice English with you. The robot dog can do so many things. So in 2-3 years, if that becomes a reality, what products is needed? That's the question you want to come up with today. So that when the robot dogs, I'm just giving you an example, right? If some product, some innovation comes, you have to think ahead. Stakeholder lenses. If the robot dog worked for the young kids, maybe it will work for teachers, maybe it will work for elderly folks who need some help, emotional support, things like that. So by applying these different lenses, you will be able to think of a new product, new innovation, and that's how you start your new startup. Make sense? All right. Kazakhstan. Thank you. Do you guys know Boomgrow? This is a Kazakhstan company, vertical farming. And I heard that they are doing really well. The system combines computer vision and plant health monitoring, machine learning for nutrient optimization and things like that. This company will need to start thinking of the next steps, come up with the questions for the next step. And then when you apply the multiple lenses that I talk about, stakeholder, temporal, different lenses, then maybe the company should be looking at, how do we use the system for future space agriculture or some carbon credit verification market, so something like that, because they can use the same technology in different industry as well. Another company, smart mining. I heard that there's a company called Smart Mining. They are really good at predictive maintenance of all the equipment and computer vision. So if you apply, this company is small today, but 2, 3, 4 years down the road, what will they need? Maybe they can do satellite-based AI tracking ecological impact. Things like this. Think ahead, 2, 3, 4 years ahead, what will become a norm? And then when you design a solution for that new norm coming up in a few years, you will have a wonderful innovation and solutions. So here are the takeaways. AI itself is not the goal. It's not the goal. It is an enabler. AI can help you do many things, but it's not the goal. We don't put AI for the sake of using AI. That's a wrong approach. Right? And then multiple opportunity layers. I talked about applying different industry, predicting futures, and getting ready with the right questions for the future, right? Start asking those questions, creative questions. Those questions will lead to learning, change, invention, and startups. So I hope that my slides are just triggering some questions for you. And then you got the address for the Smile system, where you can start your own groups. If you start a group on a particular solution, particular startup, invite me to the group. Invite me to the group in the system. And I will go in and answer those questions so we can engage continuously. And we can rate the question. We can rate the question and then see which question is most innovative. That question will lead to a successful innovation. Thank you, everybody. Here is my contact info.
Please thank Mr. Kim for his valuable ideas and professional perspective. With this, the keynote comes to an end. We now announce a short break.
Мы готовимся к следующей сессии. У нас следующая сессия. Нет, у нас следующая сессия. Да.
Благодарим господина Кима за его выступление. На этом keynote выступление завершается. Сразу после короткого перерыва мы начинаем нашу следующую панельную сессию на тему будущего журналистики в эпоху искусственного интеллекта. Просим вас не расходиться. Спасибо за ваше внимание.
Келесі сессия бізде жасанды интеллект журналистика болашағын өзгертеді ме деген тақырыпта. Неліктен жасанды интеллект бізден жақсы жазады? Құрметті қатысушылар, сіздерді осы сессияда қонағы болуға шақырамыз. Мы готовимся к следующей сессии. Как искусственный интеллект будет влиять. Дорогие спикеры, модераторы, готовимся к следующей панельной сессии. Как искусственный интеллект будет влиять на медиа. Об этом у нас будут рассказывать наши спикеры. Я хочу пригласить на сцену Алию Разымбетову, модератора этой сессии, спикеров. Digital Bridge 2025 халықаралық форум аясында өтіп жатқан Technowoman Central Asia сессиясының соңғы панельдік сессиясы жасанды интеллект журналистика болашағын өзгертеді ме? Неліктен жасанды интеллект бізден жақсы жазады? Бұл сессияның модераторы Алия Оразымбетова ханымды ортаға шақырғым келеді. Бүгінгі таңда медиа қыздар үшін ең танымал бағыттардың бірі. Сол себепті осы панельдік сессияда біз жасанды интеллект арқылы медианың тиімділігін
We are about to begin another panel session, whether AI is better than us, and why the future of journalism is being decided right now. And we will invite Uras Arshad, CEO expert of CAS Content, and other speakers. Dear speakers, please take your seats.
Құрметті қонақтар, әріптестер, Digital Bridge форумның қонақтары.
Dear guests, welcome to our panel session. Dear colleagues, welcome to Digital Bridge, to our panel session. The topic of our session is AI does it better, why the future of journalism is decided right now. Journalism, PR, communication all have a lot in common when it comes to AI. AI is not just a tool, but it is a part of a media platform. It's particularly important when we create content. Of course, AI gives us new opportunities, but also has certain threats. How can we retain literacy during digital era? And our speakers will cover that. We have a time limit. Each speaker has 7 minutes. I will be your timekeeper. So let's give floor to all the speakers, and then if we have time, we will have Q&A after that. Now I would like to give the floor to Natalia Abramova. She's a senior lecturer on AI in MNU, and she's a co-founder of the first Kazakhstan AI PR studio, Ozgeshe. Good afternoon to you all. Can you hear me? Yes. It's great that there are so many of you. Please raise your hand if you are doing media marketing. Great, wonderful. I hope it will be useful to you. Today we will talk about AI helping us solve routine tasks. It's quite an interesting topic, really, because in our community we discuss a lot about AI, how it helps us and how it impedes us. Those who say we do not need AI and you still write manually, it's like those people who fought with cars in the 20th century. And now we don't see any horse carriages. So I believe that in 100 years, people who don't believe in AI will disappear, similar to horses. Let's check whether my clicker works. Yes, it does. So we are developing the first PR studio in Kazakhstan. We have bots that monitor any mention in PR, in mass media. If especially it's a governmental PR, it's particularly important. We also use AI to monitor various mentioning, and now we can automate the processes and everything is done easily. I work with students and we introduce basic AI assistance. So basically it costs $20 to fully automate your process. Content analysis, posts, etc. We had a discussion with colleague. Can AI really write in such a way that you won't be able to tell that it's AI? AI can even write in such a way that it can be checked for anti-plagiarism, no problem at all. And right now, AI knows how to do that. You just need to know the way of thinking of AI. At the previous session, I have heard that everything depends on your prompts, but I think that AI is the secret room in Harry Potter. You just need to ask the question, and you will have the answer depending on your question. We also carry out our FEM analysis. When you buy, how often you buy, and this analytics was usually available just to limited companies, whereas now it is easily available to all of us. Any person that would like to gather data in Excel, they can use AI and utilize the data. It's also great to plan your actions, and you can just explain what you did in the past, and there will be some suggestions for the future. We collect data from thousands of sources, and in the previous session we talked about localization. In Kazakhstan we don't have enough data, and when all the businesses moved to Instagram and didn't develop their websites, for quite a while AI wasn't able to work through Instagram, but situation is changing. If you want to develop AI in Kazakhstan, you need to make sure you work on Wikipedia so that you can actually be found. I usually say if you cannot be found in ChatGPT, you cannot be found in business. If we ask Google, 20-year-olds ask ChatGPT, they ask, what is the best restaurant in Astana? And if you're not found by ChatGPT, then I have bad news for you. You're not the best restaurant. I love this function of report generation. It took weeks to generate these reports. And now these reports look beautiful, as if we spent 2 years preparing them. I saw there were a lot of raised hands when I asked about marketing and AI. If you do social media, if you're an SMM expert, all these reports can easily be generated. Use AI. Do not be afraid. And of course, personalization and creativity. We did it 3-4 days ago. Have you tried Sora 2? It just appeared not long ago. Only one raised hand. I actually just started using it. There I invite codes, etc. We went through this Death Valley. I just started using it a couple days ago. It's a great tool from an OpenAI. The best thing that AI can offer is that it constantly updates. The tools appear on a daily basis. I always tell my students, you cannot just learn AI in recording. No, because it took a couple days already, and OpenAI already showed a new update. I also showed Nano Banana, and you see the name of another forum because we spoke in Shymkent just on 15th of September. We took this picture there. You can have a look at this shoe. This is what it looked like. The pants were just over the shoe. Everything was done to a high level of detail. 18-20 days ago, it was not possible. Here is a video. Why are we here? Because AI Hub will be open soon. I'm queuing. Look, you don't need anything. You don't need models. You don't need light. You don't need a video photo experts. And bad news for you guys, you won't have many work in the future. Look, there is this sphere, and people look like people. It works great. You don't need anything. Right, not at first attempt. Yes, there are still some issues, and these models won't speak Russian or Kazakh. You will not get it at the first attempt, but once it's done, you will be able to save a lot of money. So use AI, and everything will be great. So, not to take up too much time, I will just tell you what stops the progress. If there are no skills, if you say AI can do something, just means you can't use AI. Use it to the fullest and it will work. Madina, please wave. Madina talked a lot about data. We don't have data. That's true. Localized data. That is true. That is completely, utterly true. We don't have data from Kazakhstani sources. If you try and generate our local content, you won't be able to do that. Midjourney cannot generate Kazakhstani ornament, Kazakh ornament, because there are no data. And Midjourney would need this data. And it's not enough just to have this out there on the internet. There is no automation of processes. And of course, human factor. Double meaning cannot be understood, or cultural context. So this is what we say about localization of content. If you have any questions left, you can ask me personally. If not, I will give the floor to the next speaker without further ado. Thank you, Natalia. Next, we would like to invite Arshat Nurazov. He is the founder of KAS Content. He is the SEO specialist. And with great pleasure, we give the floor to Arshat. Good afternoon. My name is Arshat Nurazov. I represent KAS Content. I'm a SEO. We have 4 websites. I'm in charge of optimization and monitoring of these websites. And AI is the topic that we're discussing today. Of course, AI is a big question for journalism or marketing and PR. And many people are scared that they will just be dismissed. So some more information. The role of journalist is decreasing, or maybe quite the opposite. Let me tell you more about that. Since April this year, some systems that were all using saw the new algorithm. For example, there was some focus word that we would use. Used hashtags. And how did we collect data? This is what we used to do in Google, but this is no longer possible. Google looks at quality content, and let's look at that. Now, the important requirement to algorithm is this. First of all, we need good quality content and experienced trust. If that meets your requirement, then I'm sure your website will be improved. Let us also look at some other topics. Let's look at Astana, for example. You see that this person has some sort of experience. You can read it all in Russian. Now, regarding the expertise, if we look at the professional opinion of the doctor, so here we see information from the doctor. We can also look at analysis which is done by AI. So here is a professor which is well known to all. And here you don't need to click, you can just see what's there. And the website will increase its rating. Of course, you need to have trust. And if you look at Google right now, there can be the analysis of the national database. And even if there is data, it doesn't mean that it's the reliable data. We can also look at that. And here we have the conclusion, and we can see the name and patronymic of this expert. And there is analysis of UN. And here there is a greater organization. We can see what healthcare is and what it means. If we talk on behalf if you keep to this principle, you'll have a good rating. In general, if we talk about journalism, what does AI give us? We used to look up information in Google. We would look at it, compare it, and we would take a lot of time. And now AI can do it all. And it gives you the results. We can use it in analytics. We also have for offices, and all the journalists use AI as well. Of course, we use the paid version because free version has certain limitations and database is not full. We don't have enough data. So I suggest that you use paid version. In CAS content, we don't have that yet, but in other foreign editorials, these possibilities are out there already. You can use the resource that you have, and recently there was a football match. When journalists would cover this match, they don't need to do it all manually. They can use AI. So they have some sort of typical or template text that they can use and not spend much time on that. And right now, journalists also need to look for exclusivity and expertise. This is where we're going now. We talked about saving time, but you can fully rely on ChatGPT. ChatGPT says, please check me, I might be wrong. So we need to double-check the information that is provided to us. And of course, emotions and feelings are not there. That is why the role of journalists will still be there, and you need to check AI. AI will not just replace the journalist. Let's look at risks and opportunities. Wrong content, lack of trust. So you have to constantly use this as a tool.
You can never simply trust, and you need to verify. But there are opportunities for journalists, of course. It can be an assistant that you can use. This should be your outlook. Overall, this was my main idea. I don't want to take too much of your time. If we got questions, time left, I'll answer questions. Thank you very much. If we have time after the session, we'll ask some questions. Next speaker. Our next speaker is Asel Kožachmetova, Communication and Marketing Director of Serget Group and founder of AEL Telegram channel. Hi everyone. Great to see all of you. I thought that this is the last panel session and people will not come. But I see so many of you and I'm a bit nervous. Apologies. So, AI and journalism. or AI versus journalism. We'll talk about that. My name is Asel Kožachmetova. For over 20 years, I've been working in media and strategic communication. I was a TV correspondent. I now write for the AEL channel. I've been an author to some business outlets, and I'm still a freelance journalist. There is no such thing as an ex-journalist, as you may know. So in terms of the global trends show us that, according to Reuters, 80% of the outlets already use AI. Algorithms write news, generate sports forecast, weather forecasts, but at the same time, majority of the audience don't even recognize when the texts are written by AI. People in Kazakhstan are a bit cautious about it right now, because you know that we like our regulations, and right now there is no full regulation of the AI use in the country. Therefore, still, young people, Zoomers, like to read, use content generated by AI. This could be TikToks, Reels. A lot of information for Telegram channels is already generated by AI. So what are the threats? Well, first of all, that's the threats of fake information. We need to understand that regardless how much you want to make your work easier, AI can always hallucinate, even if you try to speed up writing your article. As colleagues mentioned before, it's also about the cultural code. It doesn't always know the country's events, so we need to verify. Sometimes that also leads to loss of quality. When we generate a text through an AI, it could lose quality, and the biggest threat is the dilution of authorship when your text loses the personality. The reason why I'm talking about it today is that my experience in journalism has demonstrated that journalism is first and foremost about people. There is no such thing as objective journalist, regardless of what people say. Journalism was always, to some extent, subjective, and it's the subjectivism and translation of your personal perception to the context of the story that creates news. Over time in PR and crisis communication, I saw how easy it is to destroy reputation by unverified data. As a person who works in an IT company, I also understand that AI can be of big help, and it can help in generating some content, and it will give you some analysis. So, by the way, all of the images in the video are generated by AI. I asked our designer to make sure that these are all AI generated, and it's all generated by free version, and I still like it. So what is the journalism of the future? A journalist of the future is first of all an analyst, a fact checker, and storyteller. People like facts and analysis, but people also like good stories told by people. AI will be first and foremost an assistant rather than a credible source. So trust is still the main capital, and the trust is built through the personality of the person who writes the news, their integrity, and their bravery. Their bravery to ask difficult questions, to talk about difficult topics that AI cannot even imagine because they lack context. So the human being is the future. So there is no response to the question of who will win, because this is not a war. We need to talk about a person plus AI, because that's the future of journalism in Kazakhstan. And another important thought, it's not my idea, but it's not the AI who will win in the world, but rather people who know how to write prompts for the AI. So all the best to you, and thank you for your attention. Aysel, thank you. Our next speaker is Jiger Shudanbekov. He is the PR manager of Bukhta Fintech, expert in communications. I won't speak much about my slides. My name is Jiger. I am a PR manager in IT and FinTech company, so everything that I present today will be based on the experience in my company. PR is an integral component in any company. It is used to manage reputation, strategy of the company. It's aimed at working with the audience and to build long-term communications. PR will have both short-term components and long-term components. So PR value cannot be overestimated. So when we are working in a specialized company, maybe working with potential future investors, all of these stakeholders will look for information when they make a decision on whether they want to work with your company or not. And they will check publications in national, international mass media, will check your posts, will watch YouTube, TV, and all other channels, maybe interviews with the CEOs or other speakers. And for all of these sources of information, we have a responsible person, the PR manager. So PR manager is like an octopus, trying to manage all these areas with his tentacles. So they are working depending on their target audience, and they need to find out the best way to get across information through different media with minimal resources. Whether it will be, let's say, enough to just do a Telegram post, or we need to do an overview or a big publication in an international outlet. And for if we ask about the value of PR for business, there is a great value in that. And of course, we need to control how PR works in a company, but its role is very important. PR manager in a company should be considered a business partner. And they need to understand what the plans of the company are, what spheres they're focusing on. They need to know that ahead of time, not after the fact, because that will affect the strategy, design, and so on. And in our today's panel session, we are talking about AI and its role for the journalism and PR. I think that indeed we can consider AI as an assistant, as a talented intern that can help us with some routine tasks, can improve the text and so on. Or if you have a lot of information flowing through you, it can assist you with that. But it's the question of good prompts, and it can help you to save some time. As I mentioned before, I consider a PR manager like an octopus because he has to juggle a lot of things. And the audience is different, so depending on the audience, they will select a channel to present that information. And it's important for a PR specialist to have good relations with outlets, with editors, because PR is also a business process, so it's also about money. But they can also help the editors with finding newsworthy items and materials. So it's important to strike this balance. Furthermore, I will promote PR some more. And we need PR managers to be helping in the company. So like when our company was entering the Uzbekistan market, that was very important. So the status of PR specialists should be important. They need to be participating in conferences and so on. Of course, to do some campaign, you will need time, you will need the resources, budgets, people to do that. Well, of course, everyone will have their own KPIs for PR specialists. Like during COVID, we had a different KPI for online versus offline. And all the time, the PR specialists need to be aware of what's happening so that they can ensure different communications with the money they have. And if you're able to manage all that, you will be a very valuable specialist. So PR is very important. And also external communications are very important, so we need to make sure that we lead those communications, we write articles, we publish things. But it's also about broadcasting your internal corporate culture to the outside world. Because if people think that you have a toxic culture, that won't be good for the company. So when you are conducting external communications, you talk to different people, to friends, other people, or you can do studies in LinkedIn or some specialized chats. People can ask about someone's opinion of the other company, and they can learn a lot through that feedback. So first of all, it's important to have a relationship of trust and to be genuine. Thank you very much. Artificial intelligence is not just technologies. Today we are talking with the experts in journalism and PR. We are right on time. We've got 3 minutes left. We can take a few questions if there are any in the room. Hi, my name is Nurayem. I'm a student of the International School of Journalism. I have a question about young people. You noted that maybe right now AI has a weakness with fact-checking, but remember a case like Will Smith's image generated a year ago and now. Is there a risk, maybe in 5 or 10 years, once we become professional journalists or PR specialists, is there a risk of mass unemployment in the area of media and PR? This is a good question. Thank you for asking. there is this scare that we will be replaced. Well, those who do routine tasks can be replaced. Those who don't have a creative component can be replaced. As Asil said, AI is just an instrument. Right now, you use text editors like Word. Tomorrow, you can do that in GPT. AI helps us. It's a tool for us. In terms of the development of AI, that's a good comment. We know that 6 months ago, the text in Kazakh generated by AI were worthless. It was a nightmare. In Russian, it also gave you some nonsense thoughts. It was not able to use idioms correctly, and now it's working better. And it's not a question of what happens in 5 years. It's a question of what happens in a year. But it's just a tool, and we need to learn it. And I know that all of the students are now studying neural networks. Just continue to do so. Don't stop. Then in 5 years, you will be performing the tasks. Maybe one of you will be able to fill the tasks of 5 people done today, just with the use of the instruments. Thank you very much. For the rest of the questions, you can ask them informally. With that, we will end. Well, we'll take one more question. I'm a marketing specialist myself. I have a question to SEO specialist. Right now, articles in Kazakh on the website are published, and you said that there is now a trend. I've heard that from you and in other sessions, that there is now a trend of people not just Googling things, but rather sending their queries through ChatGPT. How will these things develop further? So how can this SEO work in the future in order to keep the audience? Because our audience is young mothers. So we want to stay ahead of the trend. So if people, rather than Googling things, now ask ChatGPT, how can we land them on our website? That's first question. And second, you said that whereas in the past, there were some long-term stories of organically growing to the top search results. What do you think are the prospects now? And does it even make sense to write specific articles with specific semantic cores and some specific keywords, or do we need to use a different, do we need to work in a different direction? Thank you for the question. I can only say that quickly. Right now, people are indeed asking ChatGPT, but they're also getting information from the search engines. You need to work with the search engines. So if you're working with your target audience, like young mothers, there will be asking queries about the health of the child or some behavior for young mothers. So the content is king. Still, if you have content, people will come to you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a very interesting panel session. We would like to thank the speakers. If you have any additional questions, you can ask them one-on-one, informally. Speakers, please take a stand in the middle. We'll take a photo.
Техновумын мүшелерін естелік суретке түсуге шақырамын. Давайте бірінші сіздің панельдік сессияңыз.
Мы признательны за интересный обмен опытом и перспективное видение от спикеров. Ваши аплодисменты нашим спикерам и модераторам.
Приглашаем на общие фото. Кто хочет, давайте присоединяйтесь на общие фото. Всех приглашаем со спикерами, спикеры, техновумен, участники. Давайте. Все подходите.
Пофиг, выходите и меняйте, времени нет. Времени нет, пофиг.
Я говорю про короткий перерыв, да, я объявляю.
Общее видео сделаем. Раз, два, три. Техновуман, Казахстан. Давайте. Раз, два, три.
Differentiate between corporate and welfare consumption for precise resource management. Detailed usage reports. Access in-depth data about visited websites and applications. Dynamic alert system. Stay alert with in-depth insight into vulnerabilities, including threat monitoring and malware identification. Flexible credit limit management. Set usage thresholds to optimize cost efficiency. Once the limit is reached, OptiView triggers an email alert notifying you of the automated service suspension. Real-time voucher monitoring. Keep track of voucher consumption and validity. OptiView makes it easy to forecast usage and manage provisioning for comprehensive welfare programs. Dependable 20...
Құрметті қатысушылар, құрметті қонақтар, сахнаны босатуларыңызды сұраймыз. Дорогие участники, дорогие гости, просим вас освободить сцену.
In case of emergency, please contact us via hotline or WhatsApp. Go even further with our value-added services. Open the value-add store from the side menu, browse through multiple options, and activate a new service in few clicks. And more.
Құрметті қатысушылар, құрметті қонақтар, сахнаны және сахна алдын босатуларыңызды сұраймыз. Бізде келесі панельдік сессия басталуда. Дорогие участники, дорогие гости, просим вас освободить сцену для следующей панельной сессии. Спасибо.
Вы можете изменить мир вокруг себя уже сейчас. Например, купить машину за один день и подарить ее близкому человеку. Или переехать в новую квартиру, где у каждого будет своя комната. Или открыть свое дело и менять жизни других людей. Freedom Bank. Пора меняться.
В Казахстане так много невероятно красивых мест, где можно отдохнуть. Раньше для этого нужно было искать информацию в интернете, спрашивать у знакомых. Теперь в Каспи Travel появился новый раздел «Казахстан», где можно быстро и просто выбрать место для отдыха по выгодным ценам. Выбирайте отдых в Казахстане в приложении Каспи KZ. Каспи KZ сделано в Казахстане.
Құрметті қонақтар, соңғы панельдік сессиямыздың тақырыбы.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're starting our last panel session. We'll talk about human capital in the time of changes, from education to civil society and AI. We will give the floor to the moderator, Baljan Murzabayeva, Chief Executive Director of AIFC Academy. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear guests, participants. My name is Baljan Murzabayeva. I'm the Executive Director of AIFC Academy. Today's topic of the digital forum is AI. And today I'm going to be the moderator. I would like to thank our partners and organizers of this forum that gathered us all together here on this platform. We are going to talk about AI, how it changed us, how it changes our lives. We will also talk about how it affects our next generations, and we'll talk about human capital in the times of change. Currently, AI is not just a technology, it is a true foundation to build human potential. It changes education, labor market, and even the system of values. And our key goal, not only to train specialists, but also retain them so they can unlock their potential in Kazakhstan. Today, different teams have 2 or sometimes even 3 generations experienced experts and young generation. First one like stability, the experience that they have accumulated. The others like flexibility. And AI becomes the tool that can unite different generations and open new horizons for others. Our distinguished speakers will share their vision with us, the way universities, academy, and startups develop this potential. I would like to introduce our speakers, Kanat Kojahmed, President of Narhos University, Жанна Kashanova, Director of Department of Educational Products Freedom Finance Global, Olga Baspaeva, Director of BI University, and Beybet Baktagaliyev, CEO of Atlanti AI. Now we will have certain questions, if you allow me. Distinguished Kanat Kojahmed, you came here and you would like to contribute. Recently, we opened the campus of Narhos. I visited it on behalf of Academy. You, as a company, develop, and I'm happy for you. I would like to ask how you can provide competitiveness to your graduates in the era of AI, and how do you use AI in educational process? What are the trends that you observe? You can speak any language that you prefer. Such an interesting question. Thank you very much. Of course, educational organizations have to go through transformation. Employers expect new experts, the ones that can use AI. And of course, in our university, in our educational programs, we would like to use AI. And it's right that we live in the era of great transformations, and we always need to pay attention to what will happen in the future. And what we're seeing right now is sort of a professional sabotage. The problem is older generations do not want to use AI. Not all of them, but most of them. Sometimes it can be understood. On the other hand, we shouldn't be using AI for the sake of AI. We need to understand where AI can give us specific benefit. We see sometimes some trends which can probably be found in the corporate world as well. That a student fulfilled the task with the use of ChatGPT, and then teacher used ChatGPT to assess. And so the student didn't spend any time, the teacher didn't spend any time doing that, and so it was just ChatGPT checking ChatGPT. This, of course, is not right. This is not how it's supposed to be. The future is a hybrid one, of course. There must be pedagogical expertise. And what person can do best, and something that can be replaced with AI, is emotions, mentorship, professional reflection, and AI can do the routine work. In education, that includes individual tracks. The teachers couldn't develop individual tasks previously, but now it becomes quite possible. Especially if we look at mathematics or natural sciences, you can easily use AI. And of course, at the same time, you need to develop creativity. And when we talk about mentorship, leadership, through competences, for example, this is what teachers should be doing, of course. For now, this is human monopoly. We should be expecting disruption in the next 10 years. If all universities do is just classical education, they will be doomed. I think we need to be reasonable. We need to understand what unicorn can be expected. And the university needs to look for new ways of thinking. What should the university focus on? Innovations, science, and attract not only professional experts, but also people from industry. So we should become the platform. There are people from industry, people should come and inspire. So basically it should be a professional community. And together they should develop new personalities. This is what we should expect in the future. This is how we should react to AI. At the same time, you should also be able to say that there's something you can't do. Thank you. Another question. How does faculty respond to AI right now? Well, they actually use it. Right now, they can adapt it. But the other thing is, you should be able to assess your value as a teacher. This is important, so don't overestimate, but don't underestimate either. Don't think that nobody can replace you. That's not quite right. This is a fact, I think. And I think younger generation, of course, can adapt quicker and use the technologies faster. We need to make sure that AI is used by all. So we need to have a complex approach, and we need to train teachers to not be afraid and use AI and just become better. The options are you can be a teacher with AI and be a teacher without AI. And then, of course, the students will choose for themselves. Thank you. My next question is to Жанна. Жанна, I would like to thank you. Жанna came from Almaty, and we're all witnessing the way Freedom Corporation is developing, and it becomes one of the most attracting brands. We know that you combine innovation and education. Can you tell us more about AI in your company? Could you share that with us? Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you very much for participation and for this question. Freedom Broker, you probably know the company. It's probably one of the most difficult industries. And before moving on to the main topic, I would like to tell you this story. You might remember that global financial crisis of 2007-2008 showed that if you don't understand complicated financial products, it can lead to significant problems, not just within one country. The global crisis was exported to the whole world. Large companies fell apart. Many enterprises just disappeared. Millions of people lost their jobs and lost their houses because they couldn't pay their mortgage anymore. And a number of European countries were on the verge of default. So, financial market became quite more difficult. And after pandemic, it changed so much. So what did US do? In order to support their citizens, in US they started printing money. And all this money flooded the market. After pandemic, the landscape of financial market changed significantly. I'm sure we have some financial expert here, but let me just tell you, it's the triple ETF, financial instruments. The world is becoming more complicated and the market is becoming more complicated. Well, in order to become the leader in this industry, you need to train your students. We have a dean of the university today, but the university can give you the basic background. However, when you come to your new job, you start working at the market, you face the reality. And since we work at the fund market, we work with people, we have our own employees. In Freedom Broker, we have a special division that works specifically on training of personnel. We have procured a platform with AI. For us, AI is not just a trend. It becomes a reality. It's a simple and routine tool. We can develop our corporate education depending on the legislation and other tools. There are three key areas where AI can help us. First of all is personalization, and my colleague talked about that. We personalize our training for managers as well. We have module programs that are developed by our experts. So our experts who train students are holders of CFA And besides what we're doing today, we also do additional work with AI. So we have production video course that used to take up to months. Now we can do it very quickly. So again, first is personalization. And next is the track that we can choose for a specific role. All the roles of our employees are described. Our system second is content creation. We can create presentations, content, video materials, tests, case, etc. And not everything is created by AI, of course. Next is analytics and dashboards. This is something that helps our management. They can check the tracks, whether they have any weak spots. They look at the format of education, what type of education affects productivity and efficiency. Most importantly, in the company, we have a fair system of grading and promotion. So our education is not for the sake of education, it affects career. If you truly train, you do certification, if you show the effectiveness in your work, the company will fairly and transparently pay for your work. Of course, it will all depend on your skills and knowledge and the effectiveness you show within the company. This system allows us to retain personnel because every person understands if the company invests in them, they should stick around. And of course, they will receive fair compensation and they will have fair career growth. This is our social responsibility when we give every person equal opportunities, regardless of where they are, what their work experience is, and what their position is. That's all I've got. If you can imagine an orchestra, we have CEO, the conductor, we have musicians, and AI just helps us sound better. So we use it without any fear. We use it without any fear. And we are not afraid of losing to AI. Again, you shouldn't be scared, just do it, just use it. And of course, humans should still monitor AI. Not everything can be done by AI. Thank you, that's all I've got. Thank you, Jeanne. Today, as you can see, we have representatives of university, representatives of corporations, with finances, with AI. Our next speaker is Olga. She will talk about the construction industry and development. I thank you for your participation, Olga. And I want to say a couple words about BI Group. BI Holding is one of the leading local developer company, not just in Kazakhstan, but in Central Asia as well, and in other countries. We learned that besides BI University, you also have BuildX training center for top management, and you even have graduates who took these courses with you, and it makes us really happy that you develop so much, you invite young people. And my question is, how does BI University use AI in the area of construction development so that the training and education is a real instrument and not just a formality?
Hi, dear friends, thank you for inviting me.
I represent BI University as a center of competencies for developers, for entrepreneurs who want to develop themselves and develop their teams. I've been working in BI Group for over 13 years now, and BI Group indeed is a leader in Central Asia, and development is just a business model. So this is basically a construction company that uses business partners for supplies and services. BI since 2019 had a digitalization strategy. Right now we fully automated our main business processes related to project lifecycle, starting with the way the construction plan is implemented, all the way down where we basically have something similar to Uber but special machinery. And based on the big data that we collected over 30 years, we are building the artificial intelligence and prompts for design solutions and so on. And you mentioned BuildX, and I should note that this might be something different from the AI trend, although I can explain. This is basically a center to develop applied skills for working professions. Certainly there are some sectoral issues where we lack some handy workers, some specialists, some blue-collar workers. And top managers also had to undergo that. So personally, I had to go through a training course, for instance, on how to lay bricks, and that was challenging. So looking through the lens of education, since I represent the educational system, when we came back to the offices with the colleagues after the pandemic, we were quite shocked. You'll remember us sitting at home during 2020, and at the time, all of the platform solutions were open to Coursera gave an opportunity for free trainings. Harvard opened its some short-term courses. So once we got back to the office, we understood that we are now competing not just with the local educational service providers, but globally. And our 6-month program costs like a single course in Harvard. And the question was, how can we be competitive in this paradigm? And in addition to that, you put AI on top, which is developing very aggressively. If you're interested, there is an interesting blog by Ali Mahmedov, and one of his articles said, AI we've already lost. We can no longer compete in the speed and memory or using the data that we have with AI. By the way, you know, Kanata, what they call people of our generation digital migrants. People who were put in the conditions where there is a lot of information around that can generate new information, and we need to learn to live with it. So then, if this is the situation, how can we win? What makes us different from the AI still? Well, probably the artifacts that we can create with our hands manually. There are some unique things that are not yet in the AI's database. These are also things that cannot be done by this digital agent. And like in Zhanna's case, we create career trajectories for our employees. And there are actually great solution bots who can come up with better career path than us. But if we set a prompt on coming up with ABC plan on how to select a career path, then it might be easier to send that request to the bot. But if the question is, let's say, how to build communication, how to build a network, or who could be a mentor, then of course this is a question you should better ask a human being. So I think that we are different from AI because we have some unique data which hasn't been uploaded to the system yet, and hopefully that will remain the case. And in our educational activities, we try to provide unique educational solutions which cannot be generated by AI yet. And in BI group activities, we focus on making sure that the products the company brings to the market have some unique style, thanks to the customized solutions that we build with our human intelligence and our hands. Thank you. Thank you very much, Olga. Our next speaker is one of the leaders in technologies. Bibit is a person who's worked in international companies, and he is one of the patriots of the country. Bibit has come now here, and he will share his experience. And I think that your experience is very vast. So I want to ask you a question. What needs to be done in Kazakhstan to make sure that startups like Antlan-TI stay here and develop on the global level from here? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thanks, Baljan. This is a very interesting topic. And in Kazakhstan, there is often a question to me why I moved and then came back. And as Baljan mentioned, I do have experience. I've worked in TCO for some time, got some experience there. Then I moved to Amazon and worked there for over 4 years. And I am telling you this so that you get some context. That gave me a good incentive. I saw some interesting projects in these large corporations, but I also got an understanding of how these projects work. And looking back, I am now trying to understand why did I decide to go and work in these specific companies at the time. And when I understand this, I think it's that is kind of an answer to your question. What needs to be done in Kazakhstan for smart and talented people not to leave the country, but rather implement their projects here? One of the first things that was my motivation to go elsewhere is, of course, when you're a young person, I worked in a great company. TCO paid me good money, maybe even slightly more than I expected, because as soon as I wanted to leave, they told me, oh, there will be a end of the year bonus, stay for 6 months, and then again, and then again. So I thought that I'll work there for 2 years, and I ended up working there for 7, and then Amazon came up with an offer, otherwise I would not have left. So we need the money to create this incentive. But I also always had this desire to open up my own company long term. So being a hired employee is good, but I want to be my own person. But I understood that if I'm a fresh graduate, I've never worked before, I've never led before, how can I create a company? And that's why the TCO gave me the foundation. And then I thought, okay, TCO is this big machine, like a big ship that moves forward. It's stable, it stays the course, but to turn it around, you would need a lot of man-hours. But I always heard that big tech, like Amazon, work differently. And when I came there, I actually felt this drive. They were more like a fleet of little ships, and as soon as one gives a command, this little ship can make a turn. And yes, there can be some disadvantages. Some of them might crash into each other or move in parallel, but they are agile and able to change directions quickly. That was very motivating, and I stayed there for 4 years. I looked at different businesses. So And then I worked in Meta because I was interested what happens then. I thought, okay, I've seen Amazon, maybe I will see Meta now. And I worked there in a good position, managing a project, and it was very interesting for me to learn. But when I came to Meta, it's one of the best companies, right? They've got free food, and they said that you gain 10 kilos in the first month. So I went through that process. It all seemed cool. But then a question appeared, what's next? So I'm a Kazakh. I was born and raised in Kazakhstan. I have a Kazakh mentality. I like the country. All of my friends are here. My parents are here. And my wife and the children like it there. And then I had a question, what's keeping me here abroad? And when you're abroad, you think, I'll go back in 2 or 3 years, and decades can go by and you're still there. So the biggest question for me was that I am 30 plus. I need to start thinking about these things. And I read an article at the time saying that before 35, if you haven't changed your lifestyle, after 35, you'll probably continue living in the same way. There's only a slight chance that your life will change after 35. So this was the trigger when I said this is the time to go back to Kazakhstan. So thinking about it, I thought, why did I go abroad to begin with? It wasn't because I didn't like Kazakhstan. I love it. But first of all, they offered me money. Second, they offered me experience. So to answer your question, I think in terms of the money in your pocket, basically your consumer power will be the same. Yes, nominally you might earn 5 times more in the US, but you'll be able to buy the same amount of things there. So if the money is more or less the same, then it all comes to experience. And that is a more difficult thing. Either we need a lot of companies in Kazakhstan that are very cool, very advanced, that can give the experience that people are looking for so that they don't have the need to go elsewhere. And second, new companies that are created around people like me who came back, they need to create this another Yandex, another Kolesa platform. They need to become technologically advanced, client-oriented companies that value their employees and that create products to improve the lives of their clients, not just earn money. The more companies like that we have in the country, the greater the chance that more motivated people will want to stay in the country. And of course, it's also the quality of life. It's a comment that I often hear, but I think that Kazakhstan is a young country, so we are improving things gradually. So to sum it up, being rich in Kazakhstan is cheaper. You will get a greater quality of life with the same money. So that's my statement. Thank you. Well, that was Babit's personal story. Colleagues, do you have any questions for our speakers? We've got about 10 minutes left. Please. Hi, thank you for a very interesting session. I have a question. I am a graduate of Narcos and my son studies in Narcos. So, being a leading economic university in the country, I wanted to remain in that position and be the lead in Central Asia and CIS. So I have the idea. I suggest for all of the speakers to come together and collaborate, Baby, Jana, and yourself, so that Narcos students could see their career path right away, so that they can see where they can work. Especially Babit's experience might be very useful for the students. We need to promote Kazakhstan. There is no one but us to do so. And it's about the future specialists to develop the country, today's students. Well, we can discuss that. Narcos definitely is a university that we collaborate with. I can even find out which cohort your son is in, and maybe we can do something for him. Well, certainly we create opportunities for everyone. This was a joke. I don't want journalists to then take the words out of my mouth and say that I only promoted a single person. But yes, we are open for collaboration. That's why we are here, and we are talking with all the other participants. We know that we have our own shortcomings. We know that we do have our advantages. There are foreign professors, dual degree programs, scholarships, and so on. We've got a good business school, good infrastructure, great dorm that was so promoted that too many people now want to live there. And I think that there is a common trait among Kazakhstani citizens when parents come and say, I want my son to live in that particular dorm. And I said, okay, we have our eligibility criteria and so on, but they start asking, like, how much does it cost for a student to live there? Can I buy out the whole room and so on? And then I said, maybe it's cheaper for you to buy an apartment. And then I asked them, if you can buy an apartment, why do you want your child to live in that dorm? And they say, that will give us the status that we want. Well, jokes aside, this is actually a trait when parents want to invest in their children, and that's a good thing. But as a university, we see our shortcomings, we see the issues, and we are trying to be the role models in leadership. If we talk about science, it means that we all need to do research, we need to collaborate, we need to talk, communicate, and then being a role model, this will be repeated by others. So you cannot be stuck in your office as a leader and expect your team to do everything else. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm communicating with everyone. Thank you. Rustam? Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this great session. I'm Rustam Vahidov from Netherlands, and Жанна had very interesting remarks comparing a company to an orchestra with a conductor, and I think that I will continue along that same train of thought. In Netherlands, I already see that young graduates have challenges finding jobs. There is already a drop of 15% or 20%, and yes, you might be creating more courses faster, but you cannot do that overnight, and so there can be you might feel the same effects soon. So how can we resolve that issue ahead of time? Can we somehow now work with the young people who have no experience yet on how to work with AI, maybe become AI ambassadors? How can we do that before they face this unemployment issue?
Thank you very much. Such a great question. It's interesting and complicated at the same time. If you saw this trend in the Netherlands, then I'm sure it applies everywhere. So it's not just our company, but many other companies, many sectors and industries will be disrupted. Let's have a look at call center that can respond to clients' questions. You will call and you will be responded by a human. We are disrupting that because everything can be turned into a digital tool or AI tool. adding to what you said about the students, we can talk about that. We have minor program, and we can look for sponsors. We have a whole audience, data analysts, and of course, we try to understand how we can optimize our work better. We also understand that we have people, and we need to retrain these people. We need to refocus them on some new areas. And of course, for a company, it's a big challenge. It's not just a freedom broker, it's a big holding. And our banks and are also faced with that. And there are functions, and this function may no longer be needed. This is what we're thinking about. How we can provide our people with new expertise, what we can suggest to them. At the same time, we also look forward to seeing some initiative from personnel. If they just sit and wait till the employer will offer them something, that will not go easy. So again, we work, we disrupt some areas. At the same time, we think about refocusing our human capital and the potential that they have. Thank you very much. It was interesting yet complicated question. Hello, I'm Mikhail from Belarus, from Minsk. I represent company in fintech with AI and machine learning. I have a question to Bibit. I came up to your stand and I listened to the presentation, to the solutions they offer. And if we look at AI, they suggest LLM agents that can replace a lot of people. So I would like to ask, maybe you should synchronize your efforts and say that we don't need to have a goal for creating such jobs because they will be replaced. Thank you, Mikhail. Now, this was not an ad, by the way. Jean, as you said, the calls that go to call center will be automated. We do work on that. Industrial revolution is there to stay, and this is a new wave. It will lead to losses in jobs, and that will affect us. But I believe that people with the right skill will be useful anytime, anywhere. We just need to keep on developing. But if you need to automate your call center, we can easily do that. Good afternoon, dear speakers. Thank you for this session. My name is Shulpan. I represent the youth policy under the president of Kazakhstan. Right now, we're talking about employment of youth. The main areas are the working professions that need to be developed and the help to the graduates as far as which profession that they should pursue. You mentioned collaboration, and it would be great to have some discussion for the development of youth policy. Thank you. What was the question? It wasn't a question, it was a suggestion to collaborate. Because we have some opportunities for that. I would like to thank the speakers. Karat was one of my coordinators. I was happy to see Bibit. I actually didn't know that he would be coming here today. I'm happy to see him. So my question is, in addition to the previous question, the question was about students specifically. Let's say university graduates might not be in demand in some countries. My question is not about students or graduates, but about middle-aged people, 35 plus, pre-pension, pre-retirement age. because in big companies, it's hard to retrain people. So do you have any ideas, any programs there maybe that upskilling about AI tools? In TSO, it is a bit difficult to implement as well because business sector is difficult. It is one of the hazardous areas production, so we should not expect any quick solutions there. It is linked to safety. So that's my question to all of you. Thank you. Now I can respond to that. I disagree. When you say older generation is hard to retrain, that's not so. If there is some value for them, they will gladly support you. We have programs for reskilling and upskilling. It is not linked to AI, but it is linked to the requirements of new partners. For example, we retraining for EPCF contracts within TSO. I'm sure you know what it is. But of course, those who want to participate, they need to be selected for this program because investment into these programs are quite high. And so then bigger opportunity growths are open to them. I will also give a brief response to Gulmira's question. 30+ generation are the greatest people. We have seen everything when we're already adults, and AI is welcome, not when we're kids, but when we can have clear understanding of what it is. I think you don't need to worry about this category of people. You have all the right skills. You can learn to do something without AI, whereas the young people can't do it. They already use ChatGPT. So I think it's a matter of whether you believe in yourselves and whether we can create something new. I believe in cohort 30+, and statistically speaking, all startups move in this direction. Brief responses. You have 10 or 15 years of expertise in one specialization, which is offline, and now all startups will be digitalizing new industries. If you're an expert in a certain area, you have to look into AI, be brave, experiment, and it's best to engage young people. They can communicate great, and they're also stress resilient, so relax, everything will be fine. Now let me add just one more minute. If you're worried that you're 35, 45, etc., and that you won't be able to find a job tomorrow, and that young people or AI will replace you, I have a very good news for you. You can start invest in capital market and thus create capital on the market. I see my colleagues here from capital market as other financial consultants, but it's true. Do not worry. You can start today, right now, regardless of your age. And you might remember that in 2006, 7, and 8, we had baby boom. And just in a couple of years, we will have same problem, not just in Kazakhstan, but in the whole world. This baby boom will end up on the labor market. Universities are faced with this challenge, and they have so many students. They don't have enough dorms. They don't have enough capabilities to teach thousands of the students. My son studies in NAS, and if you look at their cohort, just in their one school, they had 16 7 grades, imagine. And all this amount of people will go to the labor market very soon. We have a lot to think about where and how our children will work, where we will end up. So I urge all of you, become investors. Come to business school. We have business school for adults. We don't have people of 18, 20. We'll just be there all by ourselves. Yes, come to business school of Narcos. Gulnara is the director. She was also our scientific advisor, so I highly recommend. This ad was not paid for. We actually just met. Dear guests, I see a couple more questions. But our time is limited. Please be quick. And after session, you can come and talk to the speakers.
Thank you for this session. My question is, since we're talking about artificial intelligence, my question is, have you already hired the person and made a decision on hiring because one candidate had AI competencies and the other didn't? So is that an advantage during an interview, like having AI competencies? Will that give an advantage to someone? Or as a candidate, do I need to demonstrate something else? So what I'm trying to say is that will you base your decision on AI competence, and do you even ask these questions? Thank you. Babet, maybe you can answer. Well, I can talk on behalf of the IT world. Overall, the trend in the IT is that when I hire a person, I ask them about their basic skills, coding skills. After that, I do ask a question additionally whether the person is using AI tools. And usually when the person says no, they're probably lying. So the questions should rather be, how do you use AI tools? For which purpose do you use AI tools? It's like asking a question whether you can drive a car 20 years ago. It's the same basic skill as an ability to read. But it's because I work in the IT company. Let me share our experience. We do ask this question. We ask about the instruments, AI instruments that the person uses. We ask them even to demonstrate how they use these instruments, because the cycle, and I'm not talking just about education, but overall, take any department. If a person has these skills, they will be more competitive because they will improve our performance. I think it was Singapore that has already implemented AI curriculum in schools. So we need to follow the trends. Same goes for the capital markets. You need to follow the trends. So yes, the schools are required and we do use them in our work. It's like being able to operate MS Office package. Just to alleviate any concerns, I will say that each position, of course, will have different requirements. If a company specializes in digital products, of course, there will be a question like that. But in BI, for instance, we've got over 500 different positions. Not all of them will require these competencies, although this is a trend. But there is still demand for some other unique competencies to create unique products. With that, we thank everyone. We've got some fans in the room, I see. Colleagues, partners, guests, thank you for coming. Today we've heard about the future of human capital and that it's a synergy of universities, corporate world, and startups. We thank all of our speakers for participation. You can discuss all the other questions informally. Thank you.
Құрметті қонақтар, Digital Bridge 2000.
Colleagues, that ends the agenda of Digital Bridge. Thank you for participating.
Біз үшін аса маңызды. Баршаңызды ресми жабылу салтанатына генератив залына шақырамыз.
We invite you for the closing ceremony in Generative Hall.
Тармақ құрылғыларын қайтаруды ұмытпаңыздар. Dear guests, thank you for being part of Digital Bridge 2025. We truly appreciate your attention and active participation today. We invite you to the official closing ceremony.